What's that? Good evening. It is 6:30. Members of council are assembled when you're ready to begin.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores and welcome all members and all members of staff, everybody here in the gallery with us this evening and everyone watching via the live stream. We're glad everybody's here. Second item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement, and Councillor Halpin has that this evening.
We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation. We understand that this land holds immense significance to the people of Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions that they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous people because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering better relationships with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation.
Thank you very much. Third item on the agenda is disclosures of pecuniary interest. Any member have one of those I'd like to declare at this time? Seeing, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do have, I'm declaring a pecuniary interest for number 11.0, the notice of motion on the municipal accommodation fee. I'm declaring this pecuniary conflict of interest because I own a cottage which is sometimes rented on a short-time basis, and this, I believe, would fall under the definition of transient accommodation.
Thank you very much. Are there any further declarations at this time? Seeing none, of course, you can declare a pecuniary interest at any time if you need to. No additions, deletions, or amendments. So we're on to adoption of the minutes and the regular council minutes of July 7th and July 14th, 2025. There is a resolution that council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting of July 7, 2025 and July 14, 2025 as presented. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Grace, seconded by Stack. Questions or comments to the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. All right, so no public meeting. We're on to open forum, and we do have some open forum requests this evening. So I'll just let folks know the council has allotted 15 minutes total for open forum presentations and 3 minutes to each open forum presenter. We are going to watch the time kind of closely, both on the open forum and on the delegations this evening, because we have a very heavy agenda this evening. So really ask folks to keep it within that 3-minute time frame. So we'll get started. Our first open forum presenter is Catherine Tolton, and Ms. Tolton is here to talk to us about the cenotaph proposed design. Ms. Tolton, when you're ready, the floor is yours.
Mayor Charbonneau and councillors, thank you kindly for this opportunity to address my concerns with the proposed memorial walls that appear to have suddenly been added to the Southampton Cenotaph upgrade project. I absolutely support the cenotaph and also the concept of commemorating those residents of Southampton and Saugeen First Nation who have served in the wars, as well as the fallen heroes of the wars. Those who served did so to protect and preserve this special place they called home for their loved ones and future residents. We need to honor and remember those who bravely served, but not in a way that detracts from the beauty and ambience of their home. I am very concerned that the proposed massive blackish granite walls on the new bump outs will take away from the character of our community and their heritage. Southampton's charm is as a small lakeside town and former fishing village. The proposed walls that will rise up 6 feet above the ground and extend in an L shape of black granite that's a combined 12 feet in width do not invoke the character of the place our heroes fought for. The walls are cold and barren. In the winter, there's no softening foliage. just these bleak and harsh walls. The cenotaph itself has the benefit of cedars and other foliage throughout the year. This area is zoned as residential. The homeowners along High Street have worked hard to create a home and garden in keeping with the special ambience and charm of Southampton. These walls will block the view of the gardens from any passing vehicles and cyclists. They will also obstruct the sight lines of cyclists, drivers, and passers-by, looking at the cenotaph, the beautiful Lake Huron waters, and the flag area. I'm happy to see that the existing cenotaph will remain. I support honoring those who served in principle, but not with this proposed design. My great-uncle Gordon lost his life in the First World War. My grandmother was a passionate member of the IODE. We grew up aware of the significance of remembering those who served. Can we not find a better way to do so that will also preserve the special nature of our town? Perhaps use the existing center median for a tribute monument akin to the one for the Friends of the Flag, which is a low profile and does not obscure any sightlines for safety or aesthetics. I appreciate that you often—
3 minutes, Ms. Tolan, so if you could wrap up, please. Thank you.
Yeah. I appreciate that you often have a thankless job. Tonight, you have the ability to preserve our heritage by recommending that further consideration be given to this proposal as it pertains to the commemorative walls. This important task for the future of our community is in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so now our second open forum delegation is from Mr. John Willits, and Mr. Willits is also here to speak to us about the cenotaph proposed design. Mr. Willits.
Good evening. I'm here as the chairman of the Southampton Community Cenotaph Committee, expressing our committee's perspective based on the research that we've done and the professional input that we had received, not as the past president of the Legion or a member of the ad hoc committee. I've spent years traveling to memorial sites worldwide and taking part in ceremonies from Vimy Ridge and Passchendaele to Yokohama and most recently in Westminster Abbey. I've worked with commemorative the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, Veterans Affairs Canada, the Last Post Society, and others working on these projects. Monuments can either be an uplifting and community, uplifting a community heritage or jarring against it. In my 2 visits to the British National Museum Arboretum, there's over 400 monuments there. Powerful examples of how thoughtful design, settings and symbolism can preserve dignity, enhance natural beauty, and speak across generations. Southampton Cenotaph Committee followed a formal research process, establishing clear terms of reference, consulting and experts and professionals and organizations, and I listed these time and time again in the many slide presentations that I made to you folks, engaged the stakeholders, and I wouldn't say copied, but grounded our concepts on global best practices. We always stated that any concept from the final, proportions and design was always to be completed by monument experts. I called them monument men in my presentations previously, with proven memorial experience and track records. Our guiding statement was clear: dedicated to those who serve, from a grateful community. Our vision honored and highlighted those who gave their lives, and it wanted to list all that served. Examples I presented included the Flesherton Monument, MacTier is a new one, and particularly the Korean War Memorial. The current memorial proposed, as the size we've talked about, is visually overwhelming, disrupting the sight lines and vista, offering no artistic or symbolic connection to our heritage. The development by the consultant, I'm not quite sure. I wasn't able to find any track record of any work of this type done by that organization or the consultant identified. I don't think there's been the time or the scope to conduct the research, explore the options, and receive professional advice and develop a clear heritage-aligned plan. Perhaps a more appropriate solution would be smaller granite planets panels, such as the ones at the Friends of the Flag near the Dominion Lookout, or Korean War Memorial that's in Brampton, Mississauga area, that honors those that serve without overshadowing the cenotaph or the landscape.
We have passed over 3 minutes there, Mr.
I respectfully ask that the council pause this design, re-engage with the Legion and experts, and return with something timeless and honoring our veterans, listing all who served and fits seamlessly into the heart of Southampton, something Southampton appropriate.
Okay, thank you. So now we're on to our third open forum presenter, which is Connie Barker. And Ms. Barker is also here to speak to us about the cenotaph proposed design. Ms. Barker, when you're ready.
Good evening, Your Honor, and council, staff, and visitors. The reason I'm standing up is because I was so proud I was able to sit on the ad hoc committee to help bring the cenotaph forward and to do the drawings. I hear that there's some controversy about the walls, but may I say that when we talked about the walls, we talked about them being able to walk up and put their hand on Grandpa's name. So they're not so high that they can't be part of it, but they can be there with their grandfather. It is to honor those that fought in the First and Second World War. It is not going beyond that. Any of the drawings that I saw, I don't see where it's too much in the way, but for the reasons, and I know I get a little, but for the reasons that we sat on that committee was to create something that would honor them for what they did for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our fourth and final open forum presentation this evening is from Ralph Lynch. And I'm hoping I'm getting the right last name right there. It's
You got it.
hard to read. Okay, Mr. Lynch, and you're here also to speak to us about the cenotaph. So when you're ready, sir.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, councilors, community members. My name is Ralph Lynch. I'm the second Vice President of Branch 155 of the Royal Canadian Legion. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of our president. He couldn't make it. On behalf of Branch 155, I would like to thank the dedicated members of our community and council for their efforts in working on ways to honor those who served our country. Remembering their sacrifices is a solemn and important duty. However, I must state clearly that the Legion was not consulted during the development of the current memorial wall proposal. This is concerning, as the Legion has long been a guardian of veterans' memory traditions in our community. We have serious reservations about the proposed design in its current form, location, and if Canadian granite would be used. It may unintentionally lessen the significance of the ultimate sacrifice made by those honored on the monument. Any design should amplify rather than undermine the deep respect owed to our veterans. We ask the council to pause this process and engage fully with the Legion, monument professionals, and other key stakeholders to ensure any memorial truly honors our veterans in a manner consistent with community values and Legion standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's the end of our open forum for this evening. So we're on now to delegations, and we have 3 delegations this evening. The council has allotted 10 minutes for each of our delegations. And again, I'll just remind all the delegates that we will kind of adhere pretty closely to that 10 minutes this evening, given how heavy our agenda is. So we'll get right started then. Our first delegation is a Pumpkin Fest update, and it is from Doug Court and Joanne Robbins. So when you folks are ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mayor and council members, for allowing us the time tonight. While your package includes our cover letter and requests, as president, I want to focus on the attractions and celebration of our 40-year anniversary. Celebrating 40 years, showcasing our community. For 2025, as you can see, we aim to surpass expectations, uniting residents, visitors, and businesses to celebrate a milestone anniversary that will leave a lasting positive impact on our community of Saugeen Shores and region. Our core programming includes 2 international giant vegetable weigh-off competitions, bringing growers from Ontario and Quebec on both Saturday and Sunday, maybe some Americans. This makes us unique. Over $20,000 in prize money will be awarded. Our second main core programming, the car show, has grown tremendously over the years. and is an integral part of our festival. To alleviate long lineups and congestion, the newly formed Car Show Committee has worked to make some changes this year. Joanne will go through the rationale later in this deputation. This year, we're excited to announce even more reasons for families to celebrate, along with crowd favorites like the Kitty Carnival, Hay Bale Fun, Scarecrow Making. We're introducing a host of new hands-free on experiences designed for all ages. These attractions focus on creating the ultimate family fun free experience when we enter the gates of the Pumpkin Fest Village. With the help of the Government of Ontario and Grey Bruce Community Fund grants, we're able to introduce a host of new performers and experiences designed for all ages. These additions focus on creating the ultimate family fun experience. Only they enter the gates of the Pumpkin Fest Village. You can see what we have is a great lineup. Later on, our headliner acts were more for the adult crowd. This year, we are focusing on our roots and family-friendly fun as suggested by our attendants. We are proud to welcome this famous Canadian performer, Michael Harrison, to our stage on Saturday afternoon at around 4. We suggest you bring the whole family for this one-of-a-kind performance. He has headlined Disney for 20 years and has been featured in America's Got Talent twice. And conclusion, I had the opportunity to discuss the exciting new attractions we're introducing to celebrate our 40th anniversary. I will now pass over to Joanne, who will provide a more detailed overview of the permissions, requests, bylaws, and logical aspects of the festival. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Okay.
Good evening, all. Doug got through the fun stuff pretty quick. Our focus this year is family, and it's all about family and local. So just keep that in mind. We want every family the stilt walkers and the jugglers and all of that will be something new for us that we could never afford before. So I'm supposed to get down to the nuts and bolts, which is the boring part. You were all given maps of the car show logistical changes. Christine Mitchell, the chair of that committee, and the board or the committee members worked hard to think of a way to stop Waterloo from being so jam-packed and be such trouble. And what they've come in with, your maps might be wrong. Somehow a star jumped over when GIS gave me that one. I have other ones here. I have the right ones are on the web. They plan to bring the cars in on Goderich Street on Highway 21 at Pearson, so they can move them in quickly. We can use 2 lanes in the middle, and they think it'll work. So that is a new change. Also new is the NII and the town are both going to be open on the Saturday for people because our shuttle comes here anyway. NII is doing a STEM program for some of the older kids. And certainly the town staff will be here to answer questions, show off their lovely whatever's at the council chambers, and talk about registration. You can find in our package our equipment and support request. This has not changed for many years. And this assistance is vital to our success and support. I want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to all our volunteers, the town, the mapping, police, fire, EMS. We'll be meeting with the police in town on Thursday to go through all of these changes if there's anything they see that that concerns them. So, and visit pumpkinfest.org for updates. 40 years, it's pretty, wow. And any questions?
That's great. Thank you, Joanne. And thank you to you. It's you and your team bring this to us every year, and it's fantastic. So thanks for that. And I'll ask if there's questions or comments from members, starting with Councillor Mayat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Hi, Joanne. Thanks for coming. Hi, Doug and committee. I'm really looking forward to Pumpkin Fest. As I told you earlier, I'm already registered with my car for the Cinderella's car show. And you went through listing the contributing groups, fire EMS, town staff, and the volunteer groups. I just thought it's worthy to note. I know that from our discussions on the car committee that if there's anybody out there in the public that isn't part of a group, you're not part of Rotary or you're not part of the Lions Club or whatever, and you're interested in volunteering a few hours in the morning or a couple hours in the afternoon, you can do that too, right?
Absolutely. And I forgot to mention that. So
Yeah, so
I was
there is
going
a
with
need
Kevin.
for people to, especially I'm thinking about ushering cars in and out and parking cars and things, which only will last until maybe 10 o'clock in the morning, right?
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And there is a volunteer form on our website.
Oh, good.
Just
Good.
hit the tab.
Thanks, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thanks to you, Joanne, and to Doug for your presentations. Myself and Pumpkin Fest go way back when I had another job, and it was just great. But I have a question, and I know it's in the presentation, but I think the public should know what kind of an economic driver is Pumpkin Fest?
Okay, in your letter, I think I mentioned it, the tourism. Oh, good heavens. It's the economic scam that the tourism of Ontario uses. It's called TRIUM. And every year we have increased. Last year was 5.4 million in economic impact. The year before was 4.5. So with the growth and costs going up, of course, you know, that counts too. But that is direct money is spent in town, gas, lodging, all of that in the region, I should say.
And you're not in this to make money for yourself, for the committee. This is strictly back into the community, and that millions of dollars needs to be taken into account as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, John. And that's how we all started. We are a nonprofit and we pretty well prove it every year that we start at zero and end at zero. So
thank you very much, and the best of luck. Maybe this is the year of the 2000.
it should be. It should be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further questions or comments from members? The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Joanne, and Doug, you're back as president. You you keep coming back even more, and appreciate all your efforts, and to all the board members, and Joanne, especially to you. I know you worked really, really hard that weekend. I got there a couple times last year and walked around, and I was just amazed at the turnout. It was just a fantastic turnout. The question I had was, and I don't know whether you feel like you can answer this tonight or are willing to, but how are you doing financially? Like, is the bottom line last year? You seem to have big crowds. Are you doing okay?
It always looks great because the crowds are so big, but our infrastructure costs have gone up by 30 to 40%. So as I said, we end up breaking even, and we do worry. But with these grants this year, we should be in good shape. But it's still always hard.
I think your comment's right. Like, if people see tremendous crowds, and the automatic thought is it must have made a really good profit this year, but you're still around that break-even mark, and the infrastructure costs have gone up that much. So
it looks like we're rolling in it, but we don't charge much to get in. A family of four gets in for under $30, and we want to maintain that.
Make it affordable.
It would keep it affordable and fun.
Which is nice.
Yeah,
okay.
And yeah.
Further questions or comments? Councillor Stack.
So I have one comment and a question. So my comment is just, so this is quite literally my favorite event. And it's when I first moved here, it's one of the first things I saw. And I was living in Toronto, so it was quite a culture shock to see an event focused on the size of gourds. But that became a little bit of my obsession, is to watch the gourds growth every year. And then my question is, will there be a seed flicking contest? Because I did win in 2023. And I wasn't able to defend my title last year. So I'd like to be able to do so this year.
Yes, we're inviting everyone 10 a.m. to the opening ceremonies, and you're all welcome. I'm not sure what you're doing. We've done slingshots, elastics, catapults, and there's a team working on that. It'll be a surprise.
Don't get too cocky, Rachel. We're all in contention on that one. Are there further questions or comments for members? Well, I just reiterate thanks once again to you and your whole team, Joanne and the board and everybody. I'm actually just I think last year passed over 20 years myself volunteering at Pumpkin Fest. And it's a great time to encourage anybody to come out and do that and weigh those giant pumpkins and whatnot, or do whatever. And I'm hoping that we'll get that too. I'm sure we'll get the 2,000 pound. It's been a great summer this year, lots of hot weather. So those pumpkins are still out there growing big time. So I bet we'll get one. I see Doug back there nodding. I bet you Doug's got a couple of big suckers sitting out there off the Dull Side Road. So anyway, but we'll, yeah, it's going to be a great event. And also, you know, that $50,000 that you got from the province and, well, that's fantastic stuff, you know, and really appreciate.
That's it.
all
Really
that.
allowing us to add to the event.
It's going to make it a huge event for the 40th, which is great because it deserves a big celebration for the 40th. Anyway, thanks very much. And thanks for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
All right. So we're on to our next delegation, which is from the Sparks Training Center. And we have Rob Stanley going to speak to us.
Mayor Charbonneau, good evening. I have with me Chairman Kenny Kilday. And if anyone in the audience doesn't understand Scottish, we'll probably going to need.
Well, make sure you just talk right into the mic there because folks might have trouble.
Sorry, Mayor. If anyone can't understand what Kenny's going to say, if we have an interpreter, please step forward. You're going to hear a deep Scottish accent. Good evening, Mayor Charbonneau, members of council, staff, and guests. Chairman Kenny Kilday and I will make a presentation on behalf of Saugeen Sparks Training Center. And with Kenny and me tonight are 4 other members of our board, Mr. Brian Smith and Rob Coggy, the back, as well as councillors Mayette and Halpin. Tonight, the presentation will focus on a little bit about who we are, our 3-phase approach to training, a summary of our work programs to the end of July 2025, the demographics of our cohorts who have participated in our programs to date, success with our job placements, our 2025 programming highlights, and we will talk a bit about strengthening our partnerships and mutual benefits. Kenny.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can understand. So we're a not-for-profit organisation founded with a mission to deliver experiential skill-based training. Began operations in the fall of 2023. Our mandate is to create pathways to further education and regional employment opportunities by working together with local industries, labour unions, educational institutions, and provincial workforce development partners. Guided by a 15-member strong board of directors, the centre benefits from strong leadership, forward-thinking strategic direction, and deep-rooted community connections that reflect the diversity and strength of our region. With valuable representation from Indigenous members of the board, the centre draws on deep cultural insight and lived experience to foster an environment where diverse perspectives strengthen outreach, spark innovation, and expand opportunities across the skilled trades.
Next slide, please. A little bit about our work programs from September 2023 to July of 2025. You'll note that we run boot camps, which are specialized one-day training sessions delivered by Support Ontario Youth out of Toronto. We run our night class programs in the fall, and then in the next following spring, we bring back those students from the fall and train them again into the spring. And then we take them into a Canadian Welding Bureau. And this is focusing strictly on welding at the moment. We take them to a Canadian Welding Bureau 1-week program at the NII workshop at the Advanced Technology Campus in Tiverton. And then we follow that up with a 4-week Provincial Building and Construction Trades Council workshop. Both of those last two are certification programs where students get tested by the Canadian Welding Bureau. With respect to our summer specialized programs in 2024, there's a testimonial from the Canadian Welding Bureau weld inspector who inspected back-to-back training programs. And what he said to us is, our test sessions were part of 2 different training programs, and he speaks to the 2 programs. He says the sessions have been incredibly rewarding as he's had the opportunity to see what our future welders have been learning in these programs and how partnerships like these help our new aspiring tradespeople. Both of those sessions, the workshops, yielded a 100% pass rate, and is something that does not happen often and speaks to the level of instruction that these new welders have received. The students have all said great things about this program. Their attitude and willingness to learn are refreshing, and he truly hoped that they will go into the world to become the best trade people that Bruce County has to offer.
In the fall of 2024, Saugeen Sparks Training Centre signed skills training partnership agreements with Saugeen First Nation, Nawash Unceded First Nation, and the Huronia Area Aboriginal Management Board and Habitat for Humanity. Saugeen Sparks Training Centre delivers programming in collaboration with labour unions and industry partners, supports Ontario youth, the provincial building trades, local school boards and regional colleges.
I'll now speak to the demographics of our cohorts that we've trained over the past 22 months. We've ran 20 skills training programs in the last 22 months. And you'll note at the bottom of the page, the number of students or enrollments that we've had are 458 enrollments. 323 of those are males, 135 female, and 127 self-identify as Indigenous. The statistics say that 71% of the students that are enrolled in our programs have been males, 29% are female, and 28% self-identified as Indigenous. Our success with placements to date, we've placed as of just prior to the summer programming, we had placed 37 students into either skilled trades or employment with regional employers. And that one slide there breaks out where they've gone to since they've been trained. Our 2025 programming highlights, well, that chart there says, on January 31st of this year, we did an Indigenous recruitment opportunity with the Boilermakers International, where their international rep, Indigenous rep from Manitoba flew in, and job offers were made that day at GC Houston Public School. On the 9th of April, we started our spring night school intermediate welding and electrical program. And on May 9th, 1 month later, Support Ontario Youth, in partnership with the Provincial Building Trades and Saugeen Sparks Training Centre, held a plumbing and HVAC skilled trades at Saugeen First Nations. On June 6th, Support Ontario Youth came back for another day in partnership with the Provincial Building Trades, and we ran 2 more skill training programs in welding and electrical at Saugeen District Secondary School. The summer of 2025, we weren't able to do the 1 week Canadian Welding Bureau, but we did just finish our specialized welding program with the Provincial Building Trades at the NII, and we finished that last Friday, and I'll speak to that a bit later. Starting in the fall of 2025, night school will start again with welding and electrical in September 24th, and then we'll be doing a 1 week partnership with LAUNA, the Laborers Union, for another skill training program at Saugeen First Nations in October 2025. Strengthen our partnership.
Saugeen Sparks Training Centre continues to seek further partnerships to help identify participants for skilled trades programs, provide facilities for training and offer in-kind support, volunteers and equipment, provide employment and apprentice opportunities, collaborate on designing and tailoring programs to increase relevance for apprenticeship and employment opportunities with partners. Mutual benefits of partnership with Saugeen Sparks Training Centre. For partners in the community, increased training opportunities and employment perspectives for community members. For Saugeen Sparks Training Centre, expanding reach and support for programs. Supports long-term development and economic growth.
I'm going to wrap up and say that in conclusion, the next slide after this one will conclude the presentation. But prior to concluding, I would like to bring us back to the Canadian Welding Bureau Weld Inspector Summer 2024 testimonial upon completion of those 2 specialized welding certification programs. Our 3rd specialized welding program for test certifications wrapped up on Friday, August 8, 2025. Again, the 4-week welding program that started on July 11th was held at the Advanced Campus again in Tiverton. It was delivered in partnership with the Provincial Building and Construction Trades Council, and our instructors instructed the program for 4 weeks. It concluded with the cohort of 18 participants earning a total of 51 welding certifications, continuing the standard that was set in 2024. 14 of those 18 students had no certificates prior to the start of that program. And over the past year, from August 24 to August 25, 54 students from across the region have now participated in 3 specialized welding programs, and collectively they have earned 137 certifications from the Canadian Welding Bureau, and we've achieved a flawless 100% pass rate. With respect to employment, as a result of our night classes, our boot camps, and specialized programs, 37 students have received employment offers from regional employers and labor unions. And following the specialized welding program that concluded last Friday, an additional 6 of the 18 students who participated have already received verbal job offers from 2 of the 6 labor unions who participated that week. Our initial projection for employment opportunities was 30 for the first 2 years of operation, and actual results to date reflect that since the start of our programming in late fall of 2023, a total of 42 students have received employment offers across the region, and we're now hopeful that by late fall 2025, that number will be closer to 50. These results aren't just numbers, they represent people gaining real skills that will serve our local economy and regional infrastructure for years to come. The continued 100% pass rate across all 3 cohorts is a testament to the quality of our programming and instruction, the commitment of our students, and the power of collaboration between industry, employers, and education. And at the heart of it all is what we refer to as the power of hope and transformation, a belief that with the right support, opportunity, and vision, lives will change and communities will thrive. Next slide. On behalf of the Board of Directors of Saugeen Sparks Training Center, I'd like to express our heartfelt thanks to the municipality of Saugeen Shores. Your ongoing support, including funding that made our office leases possible over the past 2 years, has been vital to our success. With the current lease extending through March of 2026, your continued investment is fueling a transformation that goes beyond skills. It's fostering a richer, more inclusive community where every individual has a chance to succeed. Together with our students, our 10 training instructors, industry, community partners, and the unwavering support of this municipality, we're not just building skills and training future tradespeople, we're changing lives and creating futures. It truly is the power of hope and transformation in action. And thank you for helping us write the next chapter.
Thank you very much, both to you, Rob, and to you, Kenny. Questions or comments from members? We'll start with the Deputy Mayor and then come to Councillor Grace.
Thank you, and through you, the success of what you do is just amazing to hear. Every time you come here, there's more layers being added to it, and the Scottish accent is fine. The Trini accent comes through too, Rob. So
Thanks very much.
You have one too. I just your success across the entire demographic is amazing to see. I did want to just specifically highlight how pleased it is for me, and I'm sure a lot of other people in the community, to see the female participation, and not just from students, but the female participation from women in the trades as well. And I know Councillor Halpin is set to teach a course again starting in the fall. So you have good instructors across the board, but I just wanted to highlight that more and more, I think girls in our community, younger girls, are seeing opportunities that when I was a kid, I didn't always see women doing things in different directions. And, the police, there's a movement in Ontario with 30 Forward to get 30% of police forces to have female officers. We're already past that in Saugeen Shores. The fire service here has recently hired a number of women too. So their numbers are coming up in that demographic as well. And it's very pleasing to see about 1/3 of the participation here is coming from that direction, because I think that that bodes well for just showing girls in our community that there are opportunities in the trades for them. And in some cases, I think the skill set that they bring in is something that an employer would really welcome. And with the training that they get from you, that's a good package to have. So thank you very much for what you're doing in total. But thanks for highlighting the female aspect of it too, every now and again with presentations here and also in the media. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Rob and Kenny. I was privileged to be able to participate in a tour this spring. I'm a chair of our Canadian Federation of University Women Southport chapter, and this year we started a Women in Trade Scholarship Program, giving out 3 scholarships. And actually, all of the young women are going into welding. I believe that all of them have participated in the Sparks program. I just had coffee with one the other day. She's using her money to do the Canadian Welding Boards program in the fall. And it was an inspiring tour, just to see all of the students, not just, I mean, the women, Indigenous students, strong number of international students as well. And so thank you to you, to all your volunteers, to the unions and businesses that support this program, all your board members. It's just extraordinary, and we're so lucky to have it based here in Saugeen Shores.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further comments from members? The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Rob and Kenny. And those numbers are really staggering, you know, in a good way. And take a look at 458 participants over 22 months being trained. It's really incredible. And the 30% of, you know, female being is such a strong point as well. And I'm just wondering, Rob and Kenny, I think our contribution from council, I believe, was around $50,000. And then another $30,000 recently. Is that it? Are those numbers correct?
That's correct.
And my question is, with, you know, around sustainability, you know, you've got the first year funding, second year funding, but then what happens? You're still using the ambulance service building? Is that still being used or not?
No, the second lease that you sponsored is the Power Link.
Great. It's moved to the Power Link, and that's where that 30, then the last 30,000 came into play. I guess I'm just wondering, with sustainability, you know, you've had such great success, and there must be some attention being paid at the provincial, federal levels to this program, particularly provincially, and from private corporations. Are you making any inroads there in terms of your early successes and making your case to the provincial government and to private corporations that, you know, this is a great service we're providing, and we've got to be able to sustain this? I don't know how much you can rely on municipalities to come back year after year after year after year. I for one, and we all support the first year investment and the 30, so $80,000. But where do we go from here? I guess is from a cost perspective. Where do you continue to raise the money for the rental of your facilities, and you do have expenses, so. Are you hearing anything at the provincial level, Robert or Kenny? Have you made any presentations to Lisa Thompson or MPP? How are you doing from a sustainability standpoint?
Our budget is about $200,000 a year to operate the center, and as you know, we don't charge to teach. That's one of the strengths that we have. The government is in fact looking at what we do, and we have last year, we were successful at getting a small grant from the Rural Economic Development Grant. This year, we'll be applying to the Rural Opportunity Development Grant. That's Minister Thompson's grant for rural Ontario. Also, Skills Development Fund 6, round 6. We're currently putting together proposals for it as well. And we do have something with some organizations down at the Bruce Power site that we're hoping will materialize. So we have sufficient funding to take us through now until the end of night school in 2025, this fall. But I'm confident, and so is Kenny and members of our board, that something will materialize for us to keep us going. We have a lot of irons in the fire right now.
Great to hear. And I mean, I've seen over my time, lots of great organizations come and go because they live from grant to grant to grant to grant. And sooner or later, the grants dry up. And then what happens? You've got this great service out there that's needing $250,000 a year to operate. And how do you find those dollars that are sustainable, where it's guaranteed annual funding? So I wish you good luck with that. I hope that maybe the province does step up to the plate and support this kind of initiative, because I think it's just a great one. You're doing great work, and I'm sure the participants. I look at where they're being placed, and these are good jobs that are being created, well-paying jobs. So hats off to both of you and Dave Mayad and Bud Halpin, councillors. I know have done a lot of work and on this as well, and just thank you to everyone who's been involved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there further comments or questions from members? I'll just echo the comments everybody's made. Thank you so much for all that you guys are doing. The town of Saugeen Shores has been very pleased to support the Sparks Training Centers. You guys have gotten this going over the last couple of years. You've done such a huge amount, in the last couple of years to get to where you are, and to hear that number tonight, that more than 40 folks have gotten jobs as a result of the work that you're doing. I mean, that is such a, as you said, Rob, that's not just a number. Those are 40 real people who have some of the best jobs you can get, trades jobs, right? These are jobs that you get a skilled trade. You can work the job you're working now, or you can carry that trade with you wherever you go in Canada, around the world, anywhere you can get paid and you can have a good life when you have a skilled trade. So you guys are giving people a real leg up, and that's 40. There'll be 400 more after that and 40,000 more after that. You guys are doing, I can just see this thing taken off. And anyway, the town of Saugeen Shores has been pleased to support you. I know we're going to continue to stand with you and always come back to us anytime that you think we can provide assistance.
Let me just wrap up, if I may, just for 1 sec. Our board, 50-member board, has 4 Indigenous folks on that board of directors, and we're proud to say that of those 37 who had verbal job offers until tonight, 11 of them were Indigenous. So we're very proud of what we've done for that community as well, and they support us 100% as well. So thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
We're on to our third and final delegation, which is from the Bruce County International Plowing Match and Rural Expo. We have Andy Dales here to speak to us about that. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thanks, folks, for having us here this evening. We'll just start going through this. So our presentation, yeah, right on. So September 22nd to 26th, 2026, we're going to host the International Plowing Match. Gord Lang is our chair. He's with me today. Local businessman, farmer, and he's the chair of the International Plowing Match. Under Gord, there's a steering committee of 9 individuals who are responsible for 14 committee chairs each, who are in charge of 60 subcommittee chairs. So we're close to 1,800 volunteers to organize this, make this operation work. The events can be held on 800 acres west of Walkerton, same location that it was at in 76 and 93. We're expecting about 200,000 people to attend the match. What to expect from the match? There's parades, RV, camping, concerts, demonstration, vendors, exhibitors, plowing, special events, and a place for the whole family to meet. Opening ceremonies. Are you keeping up with me, or you're ahead of me?
It kind of has its own, man. She told me to push the buttons.
There's the guy in charge. Okay, so opening ceremonies will include several political dignitaries. The premier is expected to attend. The prime minister has attended in the past. It was Kim Campbell that was on site in 93 for a short time. MP and MPPs will be in attendance. There will be a VIP tent with some local politicians that will have access. Several other ministers will be on hand, so it might be a good chance to talk about the Sparks program. County warden, local mayors. Our goals and ambitions for if the event is to be successful. We hope to generate $3 million in revenue. There'd be lots of spin-off revenue, including accommodations, other local businesses. We're using local suppliers as much as possible. We're hoping to have an $800 to $1 million profit to dispense within the county when we're done. We're currently seeking sponsorship with local businesses and corporations. Signage is in place on the site. We're hosting several fundraising events and projects. We have an active website and social media campaign. We're selling souvenirs in several local businesses and events. I think we're booked to come up to the Pumpkin Fest, so this all hooks together. There's several local transport trucks and cement trucks driving around the roads. Yeah, and there is, right now we have a Bruce County beautification contest that's just been launched. So that's on the website for your information, if anybody wants to be involved with that. And, what we'd like from the Bruce County municipalities. We'd like all the municipalities to showcase in the combined Bruce County exhibit. And I'm sure somebody on this council is aware or has worked with Jeff Loney. Jeff Loney's on in our committee. We'd like help with any promotions of the event. Any web-based promotions on municipal sites would really help. Help with locations on all community bulletin boards, just for putting posters up and that kind of stuff. Access to community facilities for meetings and events if asked. Help with any road signage for committees who wish to employ. Help with access to municipal airports for people that are flying in. And we're hoping to have the snowbirds at the event. Any monetary or in-kind donations will be recognized on the sponsorship board. We'll work with we will work with the recently formed ad hoc municipal county committee on the site and wants and needs. The next page is the kind of the existing org chart. And then just couple more little things. I have a bunch of save the date flyers I can just leave with you folks. Just the website and all the information's on there so you can get to all of our information. And we would like, if there's anybody here or if we can pass on, we'd just like more representation from Port Elgin in the volunteer area. If anybody's interested, get on the website and email us or something like that. We feel, I don't know, it's a Bruce County thing and we'd like more spread our wings a little more is all. So thank you for your time and cooperation. We look forward to working with you all. Any questions?
Thank you, Andy and Gord. We really appreciate you guys coming in tonight. You've made a few requests there, and they seem like pretty simple requests, and council will just refer those to our staff and just encourage you to reach out to them. And I'm sure all of those things can be accommodated by our staff. So certainly reach out to them, and they'll be very accommodating, I'm sure. Are there questions or comments from members? We'll start with the deputy mayor.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the presentation. I can't believe the mayor didn't wear his Bruce County tartan hat. That's it's a 50-year-old one from the plowing match. I actually remember being part of the Saugeen Shores booth at the most recent Bruce County plowing match. And I don't know exactly how it took shape, but I was part of it via the Marine Heritage Society. So I hope that we work out, because we had a great booth. We had lots of people there. I remember a lighthouse being part of it. And I think Connie Barker was there too with us. And it was a really good show. And it's the only time I've ever had a ride in a helicopter. Didn't have anything to do with our booth, but it was part of the program. I do hope you get the snowbirds there. You mentioned that there's fundraising activities coming up. I did mean to check the date, but I think it's September 27th, the Saturday. I think it's 6 farms that it's a fundraiser, and they're in the southern part of the county. There is information on Facebook that I've seen, and I've shared it about those tours. And that's a great way for people who don't regularly get to hang out on a farm to just roam around and check out different operations. That's hopefully the Saturday is going to be great weather. And they all seem to be reasonably distanced drives between, so you can easily get to all of them in one day. Great opportunity. So is it the 27th?
Yeah,
And where can people find tickets or information about that?
Online for sure. It's on the website and the social media. If you look up our Facebook page, where we've got a bunch of posts on Facebook for sure. And Instagram, I think. I'm more Facebook, but. Yeah.
Well, again, thank you for the presentation, and I really look forward to seeing what we can do to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from members? Councillor Halpin.
I'd just like to thank you guys for all your work in this. And Gord, it's good to see you again. It's been a few years, but you're looking good. Life's been good to you. So thank you very much for your work.
Thank you. Anything further? I just echo that. Thank you guys for coming here and talking to us about it. And I should also mention, and the Deputy Mayor raised it, your first request there about the Saugeen Shores participating with the rest of the municipalities in the county to do a booth together. I'm absolutely certain that we are willing and eager to be part of that, and we'll be engaged probably through the committee that the county has struck to put that together and do our part. Saugeen Shores is a proud part of Bruce County and eager to be part of the Bruce County plowing match. So we thank you. And also, I just echo that too. It would be great. I know because the plowing match is down in Brockton, I suspect that's where a lot of the folks who are involved are going to be coming from. But you've got a huge organization there with a lot of positions. And I know just how huge and I mean, plowing match is a huge undertaking. And so I know you can always use more help, and just echo your comments. I'd encourage folks from Saugeen Shores to get a hold of you guys through your website. And if they're eager and volunteering in any way, shape or form, they should get down there and do that. It's going to be a once in a generation event in our county. And I know everybody in Saugeen Shores is eager to participate. So anyway, thanks again, guys. We appreciate your time.
Well, I just want to say thank you very much, Sir Council, and putting us on the dock, and everybody in the gallery sticking around. Lots of council meetings we go to do this, and people usually take off quick when their delegation's over. Anyways, it's free advertising for us. Thank you very much, folks.
Very good.
Where can I leave these?
Just why don't you give them to Amanda Monahan right in there, and she'll take them for you. Thanks,
you.
guys.
Yep.
Okay. So that is the end of our delegations. And so if folks are, if council is willing, I think there's a number of people here interested in 9.3, the final design of the Cenotaph upgrade project. Is there any opposition to advancing 9.3 to the beginning of the report of municipal officers section? If there's no objection, then we'll do that by consent, or consensus, I should say. All right, so we'll do that then. We will begin reports of municipal officers with 9.3, the final design for the Southampton Cenotaph upgrade project, and we'll turn that over to the manager of engineering services.
Good evening, Your Worship, and through you to the council. This report is to outline the recommendation from Cenotaph Ad Hoc Committee, and the staff actually did work with the consultant and add some of the recommendation to this ad hoc committee. As you know, the ad hoc committee actually recommended one wall, but based on the estimated numbers of veterans, which is 400 to 440, to accommodate all the names, we actually added the second wall, memorial wall, on either side of the road. Because based on the size of the recommended wall, we can only accommodate 100 to 110 names in one phase. So we have here from RJ Bund side, Jarvis Clanfield, the landscape designer, who will go through the concept design or final design that we are recommending for the memorial walls of Southampton Cenotaph. So Jarvis and Paul Hausler, the manager of municipal infrastructure from Arjuban side.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, councilors, staff, and guests. As Rahul mentioned, we are here to present the final design for the proposed commemorative walls, which will be going in High Street intersection. And to start off, I'd just like to start by saying when this whole process started, we were still working heavily involved was H.T. Lamb, the landscape architect from R.J. Burnside, who has now retired, but has still been ongoingly involved with this entire concept. And essentially, I'm speaking on behalf of his design and sort of what we brought to life from there. I'd also like to mention H.G. Lamb's experience, thorough experience with memorial designs, some of which being the Fountain of Memories and the Shrine Club Memorial, and he was also involved with the restoration of the Cenotaph in New Hamburg. So progressing from there. So the scope of commemorative wall design. Conceptual designs were put together based on discussions with the town and the minutes which R.J. Burnside received from the Cenotaph Ad Hoc Committee meetings that occurred in March of 2025. The scope included proposing 2 commemorative walls, one in the southwest curb extension and one in the northwest curb extension, at the intersection of High Street and Huron Street, which were to represent and honor World War I and World War II veterans from Southampton and Saugeen First Nation, respectively. There are between 200 to 220 names, as Rahul mentioned, that will need to be accommodated on each of the 2 walls for a total of 400 to 440 names. Names are to be arranged in alphabetical order with the following format: surname, given name, and 1 initial. The initial development of commemorative wall design. Burnside produced an initial conceptual design layout of the commemorative walls for the town in April of 2025. This included a general layout of the walls within the curb extensions, as well as a profile view of the wall form. These were the first concepts that were produced for this item. Through ongoing conversations, meetings, and discussions with the town and stone manufacturers and suppliers, the design has gone through a considerable number of revisions to bring forward a final design to council that is constructible, cost-effective, aesthetic, thematic, and reflective of the community of Southampton. The final design, I'd like to reiterate, is only at the conceptual level, and progression into the detail design stage will follow in the coming months. What you can see on screen now is a conceptual rendering that was produced to showcase a perspective view of Huron and High Street, showcasing the new bump outs with the new site furnishings, as well as the commemorative walls, which you can see on the left and right side of the rendering. To get into some the fine structural details of the commemorative wall. And once again, these are things that are subject to change, as this is only the conceptual level. We've just, the intention is to bring to you guys a constructible design that is industry standard. And these are some of the things that come with that. So each commemorative wall will be cut from a granite material. The supplier that we personally spoke with as consultants recommended a South African Brits granite, which would be a darker gray for both of the panels. This would come in 2 pieces respectively. Granite is a durable, high quality material that will endure with nominal maintenance considering its inherent hardness, low porosity, and it can also be easily cleaned. The granite panels will be designed in a manner that is consistent with the industry as mentioned, which includes parallel vertical faces and a consistent top to bottom thickness. So straight cuts. Single planes of stone with a joint at the bend location to avoid difficult joint techniques, which could separate over time, is something that was discussed with the supplier and is very, very practical. The corners of the granite will be transferred as we progress into detailed design. As of right now, they will not show up on the renderings. We've just shown straight cuts. This will be done to avoid and minimize chipping and damage, and ultimately allow for minimum maintenance throughout the life cycle of this material. Lateral loads created by wind and people leaning against the stone can be handled by gravity sufficiently if the stone has enough mass. However, to resist any light vehicle impacts, as these walls will be going in a curb extension, which is directly adjacent to vehicular roadway, stainless steel adhered pins will be between the granite and base concrete, and this will be required. What you're seeing on the screen now is front view, back view, left and right side view, along with the top view of one proposed commemorative wall, along with the dimensions, which I will get into in the next slide. So for the side of the commemorative walls, the walls will be 1.6 meters tall with 3 faces each 1.2 meters long, along with the 0.3 meter sloped edge along the shorter side of the wall. So as you can see in that top left corner there, there's 3 equal faces, which are each 1.2 meters long. Along that short side of the wall, we have an additional 0.3 meters to accommodate the title, which you will see in the coming slides. The granite panels will be 0.2 meters thick from top to bottom to ensure a sufficient weight for stability and design. Once again, this is subject to change depending on ongoing conversations with the supplier. The 2 granite panels for each wall respectively will be arranged and jointed together at a 120-degree angle to ensure that can be read and are easily visible. Ground lighting may also be added as we progress into detailed design to illuminate the detailed design stages. For the details on the base of the commemorative walls, it will be a concrete foundation that will extend below the frost line to ensure that the monument stays level. It may have a strip footing to spread overturned roads and provide a base to accurately set concrete formwork, which must be precise to match the required geometry of the proposed commemorative walls. Concrete will be high quality exposure class C1 35 MPa to be durable against de-icing salts, which is extra important in the case of being once again adjacent to a roadway where we know that salts are going to be prominent. The concrete base may extend 100 to 150 millimeters above the grade, and there may be a slot to allow space for surface water from the adjacent hard pavement surfaces, such as the pavers and the boulevards, to flow past the wall to the local drains and catch basins, ideally avoiding puddles in front of the wall or buildup of snow or other debris. This raises the finished surface of the granite above the ground, and the concrete will act as a curb to reduce scraping of the finished granite surface. The wall will be reinforced with galvanized and stainless steel reinforcing for durability as mentioned previously. Lettering of commemorative walls. As mentioned, there will be 110 names on the front-facing panels of the wall and 110 names on the back-facing panels of the wall, which comes to a total of 220 names per wall. And each wall will have a title in the space identified in the design draft sketch, which will be shown in the next slide. Lettering will be engraved into the surface of the granite, which is optimal for maintenance. There is no brass plate needed, which would be the case with a concrete formed wall, which was an option that we also had considered. In this case, we avoid that completely. Font style and wording of titles or subheadings can be refined by town council, as I've mentioned. There are standard lettering options which the supplier can provide as well as we progress into the detailed design stage. This is the above graph sketch that you're seeing has been provided by the stone supplier we've been in communication with, which showcases the possibility of how the 110 names can be arranged on the front facing panels of the wall, along with a title, which reads, if this were to be the wall for World War I veterans, World War I men and women from Southampton and Saugeen First Nation. And this was language which we had received from the minutes of the meeting with the Cenotaph, or with the Cenotaph Ad Hoc Committee in March of 2025. And for the final slide, this just once again shows in plan view the layout of the commemorative wall and the curb extensions relative to the ongoing streetscaping construction that is currently happening on High Street. So you can see the proposed pavers, site furnishings, and trees, which will be in the bump out in 2026. And so some of the things that are important to mention is that the back face of the wall, as laid out, will be parallel to the edge of the concrete sidewalk. The wall will be set back a minimum of 1.5 meters from the back of the curb to allow for adequate pedestrian access. And the wall will also be set back at least 1 meter from any street furnishings or other elements within the curb extension space as the minimum clearance for AODA standards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we do have a recommendation that council approve the final design for the Southampton Cenotaph Upgrade Project. Is there a mover and seconder for that resolution? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councilor Davinsky. Okay, questions or comments from members? The Deputy Mayor.
I don't normally write down things, but I did tonight. So, but before I get to that, I just want to ask a question. This idea of the panels and 110 names, what we're looking at in the drawing is it appears as though there's 4 columns. So that represents 110 names, I think, and those same 4 columns would be on the back. So in effect, there's printing or engraving on both sides of these walls. Okay, that wasn't completely clear to me. It just seems, and there's no indication here about what the font size is, but when you look at 4 columns and 110 names, that's about 30 names per column. That font size has got to be pretty big when you look at the height of that thing. So I do have some comments, but I want to read them. I want to just state publicly that I only received 2 emails on my council email associated with this issue. I received much more during the ad hoc committee's work from members of the public, but there were only 2 that came in. I did, however, take a look at the Facebook stuff. I do want to also say that it was difficult to read some of the comments given some of the conversation that's already gone on about the cenotaph. So I'll just read what I wrote. I am supporting enhancement of this intersection, this space to create a more touchable experience for families of veterans, visitors, and local residents. This space will give us a chance to respect and acknowledge the contributions and sacrifices made by local men and women for the good of Canada during two world wars. The walls to me, though, do seem large, and I will ask that they be scaled back to include engraved names on both sides. You have clarified that, though, but they do still seem large to me. I believe people will stop and read names and reflect as they pass by. I don't think the walls, though, need to be dominating. They can, in my opinion, be scaled back to reflect a little more personal-sized experience. The walls should not impact any sightline to the corner for vehicular traffic, and I don't think they do, as they are set back from the corner, and hopefully they will be appropriately sized. I don't like the color of the granite that's being suggested. I think that the granite should be either light gray or stone colored, and one of the letters, one of the emails I received did very specifically mention the idea of, to reflect the coastal nature of our community, a stone or beige colored stone granite might be ideal to consider. But I also think that the granite should be sourced from within Ontario. Certainly, we have granite up the peninsula that might provide a nice link in with a local supplier. The walls, in my opinion, do not need to be lit up, and I would ask that be taken care of today. We had a great deal of concern expressed during the ad hoc committee concerning the lighting up of the existing cenotaph, and we didn't make any comments about that, but I think the streetlights and whatever is happening in the middle of the road, that's good enough. We don't need to imagine lighting up 2 granite blocks on the side. We don't do that for other elements of infrastructure that's been added or amenities that have been added. I don't think it's necessary here. The report does not specifically address the location of 2 historical story plaques in this location, which we talked about during the ad hoc committee undertakings. And we also talked about landscaping renewal on the island. Now, the speaker referenced boulevards. Really important for anybody listening or anybody in the chamber to recognize that what's going on in the middle of the road where the existing cenotaph is right now is referred to as a traffic island. The boulevards are the grassy strips on the side of the road in between the concrete sidewalk and the traveled portion or where people park on the road. So even though we call it Millard Boulevard, when we are talking about the cenotaph, that cenotaph is located on a traffic island. So during the ad hoc committee, we did very specifically ask for consideration of landscaping renewal on the traffic island. And we also asked about benches. The report does not flesh out any kind of consultation or connection with SON, and it was mentioned during one of the delegations that perhaps there was limited interaction with the Legion, which kind of took me by surprise because I had thought that had happened. But anyway, I will specifically say that it does not flesh out and suggest how we do that consultation and make that connection with SON. We felt it was important on the ad hoc committee that their members be included, and there are a few of them there already, but very significant since those meetings. November the 9th, I believe, is the date that has now been determined to be a remembrance commemorative date going forwards, very specific to the Indigenous community in Canada. And I believe that SON has plans to rejuvenate and enhance their own cenotaph location in the future. So I think it's really important for us to make sure that we reach out to them and be responsible in terms of what they feel they would like to have us represent, because I think they're going to be doing something pretty important in their own cenotaph area out just a little bit adjacent to us. To those that specifically say that we, meaning council, didn't listen, we did. We heard that the existing structures were very important, and in fact, this report does suggest that they're intact and they're there. It recommends, in my opinion, limited restoration, which is the addition of names that are perhaps missing. And again, the cairn in the middle of the road or on the traffic island is indicative of people who died during the war. The names on the commemorative walls, whatever shape they may take or may not take, those are names of people who have served. So there's 2 different, and so the names on the cairn will also be on the wall adjacent to the sidewalk. We also spoke about professional cleaning of the plaques on the existing cairn and repairs to the metal cross, which has a plastic front on it. And we talked about maintenance. This is what we heard from many was desirable. To those who say, let me just make sure, to those who say we need to relocate the whole cenotaph to a park, I actually agree with that idea, but we're not there yet. And I hope the community has a conversation in 5 years or so about this. Whatever wall may be installed, I ask that it be put in so that it can potentially move to another location in the future. And so this idea of it being slightly raised and having that ability to move it is very significant to me, because I do think that by creating a much more inclusive space and a space that people have access to, that within 5 years, there will be a much bigger conversation about something that gives us the space to do what we want to do. There is no space where that existing cenotaph is. That traffic island is incredibly limited. There was no way that we could make it in any way accessible so people were legitimately, and from a risk perspective, from liability on the town's part, where we could make it so that we encouraged people to go out there. It's limited in terms of access related to wheelchairs and other kind of elements. There needed to be the right kind of curbs there, which again, that limits accessibility too, because there's vehicular traffic on both sides. There are incredible limitations with that traffic island space. Using the curb extensions, and there are 4 at this intersection, using the curb extensions and encouraging a distinctive intersection treatment, which what I'm talking about is either stamped concrete or interlock brick right in the intersection instead of just asphalt, will help us create a gathering space and will, I believe, suggest to people that this is someplace special and maybe it should be somewhere else. Again, we weren't there yet though. And again, I'll just repeat, the traffic island location is very limited. It's not accessible and it's not safe for people to be on it. High Street is the main street in Southampton. Main Street needs people to sustain it. I believe we have an opportunity to create a destination that will stop people. It'll make them as they're walking by, or if they're driving by, it'll give them a reason to stop their cars and let them reflect and remember. To those who say this council doesn't listen, I really don't agree. I think most of us listen quite well. Personally, I've known this cenotaph my whole life, this downtown and this place my whole life. My grandfather's name will be on the cenotaph, on the commemorative wall. Mrs. Manley's name is going to be on the Women in Military plaque that we've already created a duplicate. Mrs. Manley was my very first visit when I was a kid. Her daughter was my babysitter. I went off in the stroller. I was a couple weeks old, went to her house. Mrs. Manley's name will be on that historical plaque, that people will hear those stories. Also, the Dominion Plywood story with its connection to the mosquito bomber, that plaque will be there too. That'll stop people. More people will see it than have ever seen it in George Marion Park. My grandfather also worked at Dominion Plywoods. I've seen a lot of change in our community over the years, not all of it great in my opinion. However, I truly believe that the attention and enhancement we can make to public spaces and infrastructure are investments worth making. The people living here are coming from all over the world. Visitors are coming here from all over the world. I will be supporting this because I feel it's going to enhance the reason to see that cenotaph and understand what it means to us, and also provide a really great place for people who have a connection to somebody who was from Southampton, who was involved in the service during the First World War, the Second World War. They will be able to actually see those people reflected in it. So I do feel though that it's the wall, the structure, I don't like it. It's too big in my opinion, and I don't like the color, and I don't want it to be lit up. But I do think that naming those names and showing those names is very important. I had hoped that we would have had the completion of the walls that are intended for the Port Elgin Cenotaph Park. I had hoped that we might have seen those created and installed by now. I do believe that they're coming too. And so I really don't want to see this suspended or held off. I think there's still some design work to be done here, but I think this is a very good thing to do for our community. And I do think we listened. Thank you for indulging me, Mr. Mayor.
Of course. Further comments? Okay. We got quite a few, so I'm just going to stay on this side. I'm going to go to Davinsky next, and I'll come around to this side. Okay? Councilor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And full disclosure, I too was on the ad hoc committee coming to the decisions we've come to. And really, everything has been said as far as I'm concerned by the deputy mayor. As far as the color of the granite, yeah, I agree. Black is such a down color. We need something else. And I also agree that that could be done locally, if not regionally, in this area. Let them provide the work for them so that they can do the job. One thing I do want to ask is, I know when I suggested this, I said put benches near the wall or around the wall so people could sit and stare and touch a name and do whatever they want. I don't see any benches at the walls that are there. Am I missing something here?
We have, between the two curb extensions, there's 3 benches that are present. Yeah.
Well, are you talking, I see 2 benches, but are you talking about what I see as trees? Is there a bench going around the tree?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
a
the
bench.
idea?
Yeah, and it is a little difficult in terms of AODA accessibility standards. We can only get so close to this wall with site furnishings. It is tight. I understand that the wall may seem at a larger scale, as I've heard. My response to that would be, we did contact the supplier, and on that sketch, I can pull it up now, actually. Rule, if you want to go to, oh, is it letting me do it? Oh, sorry. So on this sketch, the industry standard, which the stone supplier provided us for font sizing for names to be engraved onto the commemorative wall, was 1.25 inches. This is something that I believe is not a non-negotiable. There may be possibility to consider the idea of a smaller dimension, which would allow for us to possibly size down the walls. But like I said, we were sort of trying to present a design that was industry standard and constructible and cost effective. And so this is something that, with further discussion, may be subject to change. If we are able to sort of reduce that text size dimension. Again, the supplier raised concerns for legibility and making sure that these names can be easily readable, as well as to address the comments on color. The supplier recommended this darker gray tone of the South African Brits based on their 30 plus years of experience in doing monuments. And once again, that is something that we are happy to consider other options for. This was the best option that we were recommended. And I can just state a few reasons for such. One being, when you engrave names onto a surface of concrete, when you go with a darker color of concrete, the names are significantly more legible, as when you create those engravements for the names, it creates a lighter tone. So automatically those names become significantly more visible than if you were to etch names onto a granite surface that was a lighter color. Secondly, the material which was specified has shown promising life cycles and is very durable. However, I hear the comments and believe that we can come to a solution on possibly sourcing something locally.
All right, I'm sorry. Thank you for that. And certainly sourcing locally would be good. I feel as if these walls are overpowering the area. Maybe they aren't in real life, but to me, they are overpowering and need to be smaller. But I'm not an expert, so don't hold me up to that. But I think we should at least look at other colors, see if they work. And if they don't, then we should reduce the size of the black, and the black won't be as overpowering. But first things first, let's see what a local or regional supplier would say to that. You've addressed the benches, and I believe the deputy mayor has addressed everything else. And I will support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So now Councillor Stack and then Grace.
So I have a couple of questions. I'm not really sure who to ask them to. So it says in the report that, I'm a bit confused. So it says in the report that the Legions were, Southampton Legion was consulted. The feedback we got during a presentation was that they weren't consulted. Can anyone confirm whether the designs in front of us actually received feedback?
Again, through you, your worship, thank you, Councillor, for the questions. We actually had two public information center. We presented all options. We had the representatives from everywhere from the community, including Canada Legion. And I understand also the Burnside also reached out to Legion a couple of times. Personally, also me, I also had a couple of meetings with Canada Legion. So we had, I think, more than enough consultation with not only with Legion, also with other stakeholders for this project.
Sorry, and just a couple of more. So just so I'm clear on the process, and I know we've talked about this before. So the recommendations were brought in and there was a lot of back and forth on the cenotaph between December and April. What's presented to us today was it approved by the ad hoc committee to bring to us before today, or is the ad hoc committee seeing it for the first time today?
CAO will speak to it.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The ad hoc committee was struck to bring back a recommendation ahead of June this year. I believe the recommendations came forward in, was it May? I'm looking, yeah. April came forward to council. The recommendations, the 5 listed in the report, are what was presented by the ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee was disbanded at that time and it was referred to staff to bring forward a design.
Okay, so what we're actually seeing in front of here is not, just so my mental model is lots of feedback from the ad hoc committee. It was disbanded in June. So that's why we're getting feedback from members of the ad hoc committee now that does not seem to fully support what was presented today. Is that a fair?
I can speak to it. So we received a report from the ad hoc committee, which was approved by the committee. The deputy mayor was the chair and a couple of members. They approved recommendations, which we received on the 14th of April at council. We received them and approved them. Then as part of that, we directed staff to go away and develop these designs to execute those recommendations. So what we're seeing here is a set of recommendations that were developed. We're seeing a set of designs that were developed based on the ad hoc committee's recommendation. Is that clear?
Yeah, so the only reason I'm asking is because this is now several times we brought this design forward. When I read the report initially, it read as though the ad hoc committee was bringing this design forward. So that's why I'm asking, because again, to speak to some of the feedback that the deputy mayor provided, there's a lot of feedback online suggesting that this was something the ad hoc committee brought, that there was a lot of frustration with it. And I think where my concern is that we have the Southampton Legion saying, I mean, I think they were pretty clear. We were not consulted, was I think the phrasing used. So it's nothing against the folks presenting. It's more of an issue with where people are in the town. So I'm just concerned that we continue to bring something forward. I assume, given the purpose of the Cairn and the Cross and the entire commemoration of people who fought in World War I and World War II, we would not bring something forward that wasn't approved by the Southampton Legion at a minimum. Because I think it's difficult for me to approve, and we have members of the Legion saying we don't approve it. It's not a critique of anyone's design decisions. I'm just making that comment for myself. The only other comment I make, I understand the AODA requirements and the bump outs, but like, I don't know how many times we have to get negative feedback about bump outs, and yet we're bringing a design forward again that has bump outs. So I'm not going to support this, not because I think people didn't do a great job, not because I don't think there's a lot of value, but it's clear that people are not happy with the design. So it would be very difficult for me to support a design that has a couple of elements in it that people are very clearly unhappy with. the concern I have that's the most significant is the fact that the Legion is coming up in front of us and saying, we don't want this. So I think we have to take that into consideration.
CAO has a comment.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think just to be a bit delicate on the circumstances, the town has been caught in between different opinions on what should happen with the cenotaph. And I think that when we had the design presented to us in November last year, that's why council made the right decision, which was to strike the ad hoc committee. And we had representatives from across the community that were on that ad hoc committee that did the lifting to make the recommendations back to council. Ultimately, it's council's decision on what gets approved and authorized for spending on the cenotaph. So it was going to come back here. This is the conceptual design. And I just wanted to clarify the one statement about the bump outs. What's in front of you tonight, the design for High Street has been approved. It's been tendered. What's in front of you tonight is in relationship to the cenotaph components. So so again, I know there's lots of sensitivity about the bump outs, but the design for the road has been approved in the November. This is with regards to the cenotaph features tonight.
Yeah, Councillor Stack.
Okay, so again, just to be clear, so the bump outs that are there are part of the road design. They're not related to cenotaph. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so get Councillor Grace and then Councillor Mayette.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Rahul and Jarvis and Greg, I think. Sorry, Mark, for your presentation. I also had questions about the interpretive plaques, where they fit into this, and I am having difficulty with the picture, because the representation which shows the woman walking across the intersection, in that case, the walls look much larger than when you look at the next diagram from the air, or however you would describe that. Or the overhead, thank you very much. One of the questions I have about the wall, just in terms of the overhead diagram, is that it appears that the wall is overlapping into the sidewalk, or is that correct, or am I looking at that incorrectly?
So that's just a camera angle thing. It's not overlapping. That's just the direct overhead. There's adequate space between the back of sidewalk and the wall.
So is it intended that there would be names on the back of that wall?
Yeah.
And so how much space would there be between the back of the wall and the sidewalk?
Right now we have 200 millimeters, so there'd be 2 rows of pavers.
Okay. Well, that's one of my concerns about this. I was also on the ad hoc committee. But of course, you know, this is conceptual, and my concern, one of my overall concerns about this is if this placement of the walls, and I was a big supporter of the walls, I think it's important to have those names, and I like Connie's comment about being able to touch the names. Those are, that theoretically I like. But I have a concern about accessibility and too much going on in this location. Because like the deputy mayor and like members of the committee, and I think members of the public, I think that the purpose of these walls is to give an opportunity to family members, or even just people who want to pay their respects to these heroes of the past, to be able to have quiet reflection. And I don't know that this placement gives one the opportunity to do that. I think there's too much going on. There are bike racks, there's interpretive plaque, you know, a seating area around the tree, which could become a social hub, an area of social interaction, which is great. That's what it should be. But to me, I'm just not particularly sold on having the walls in that location. I also agree with the deputy mayor that the size to me is concerning. The color, I like the fact that you're going to look again at a local source for that. And the fact that the illumination is not something that would be there, I think that's important as well. What's my other point about this? Oh, I agree with Councillor Stack about the concern about the Southampton Legion coming forward and making a delegation to us. And I understand there's been a turnover in leadership there, so that may explain some of the mixed messaging there. I also want to honor the work of the ad hoc committee because that's what we said. What the ad hoc committee decides and recommends is what we will honor. But I do have concerns just about the way that this has been presented to us as a design. And I know it's a first step, although it says final design. But I at this point, I don't think that I can support this in its current version. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. I'll start by reiterating what Councillor Stack said, because it kind of hit home with me also, which is even though the Royal Canadian Legion does not have a veto or a right to dictate what the sign or what the commemorative plaque and what the cenotaph looks like, they have an important role. They are the keepers of the memories of soldiers since the end of the First World War. And so I think we need to take in their comments seriously. Next thing, I'm not a monuments expert by any stretch of the imagination. I've been to some. I can recognize good ones. But there are companies out there that are, and there are consultants out there and designers out there that specialize in that. There are organizations, there are government organizations, federal organizations that they specialize in commemorative areas and cenotaphs and things like that. And when I look at Burnside, and no disrespect to you fellas, I looked at the Burnside website, and you know, you break down all the different services that you offer, and you go into landscape, but nowhere on your website does it say you're a cenotaph or a monuments design company. And if you know, if that's an area that you want to branch into, by all means, you could go ahead and do that. But I think that we've limited ourselves, and I think that we're rushing into. I get the feeling we're rushing, even though it's been well over a year since we first started talking about this, or more. Well, since the council was involved anyway. 3 years? Okay. So, but I would, and I was hoping that when we were expecting designs to come back, that there would be some range of designs presented. So A, B, and C, A, B, C, D, different locations. I was hopeful that there'd be, instead of this is it, and granted, it's up, this is a preliminary design, I understand, and there's some room for change, but I'm just not confident that we've exhausted all of the options that are available to us when it comes to designing a proper monument, because this is something that's going to last for decades, if not centuries to come. This is something that that once it's done, and you want to get it right. You want to get it right. And there's lots of resources out there that I think are untapped. And so for those reasons, I will not be supporting the design. No disrespect to all those involved and the work and planning that has gone into it and consultation. But at this point in time, based on the feedback that we've recently got and based on my gut feeling about what we're doing here, I'm gonna not support this design. Thank you.
So the CAO has a comment.
Oops. Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to draw council's attention to the first page of Rahul's report where it outlined the ad hoc committee's recommendations. And in that, it notes under number 1 that it recommended option 1 of the RJ Burnside report. So if you'll remember back to November last year, there were, someone can correct me, there were at least 4, if there were not 5 options put forward with regards to the cenotaph and how it could advance. So respectfully, Councillor, I just want to clarify that we did have several options that were brought forward. The ad hoc committee did consider them and recommended option 1. I also want to note that options or the items 2 to 5 that were brought forward by the ad hoc committee do make recommendations on what should be added to that space. So RJ Burnside has taken those recommendations and incorporated them into that space. And lastly, I just wanted to highlight for council that, and again, whether or not the timing or the pressure makes sense, I don't have any opinion on, just that when staff did respond to council when this came forward in November, the comment was made that in order to incorporate it into the construction and redesign of High Street, decisions would need to be made in and around this time. So we asked by June, we're now sitting in August. If there is no decision tonight on the cenotaph, then I would respectfully put forward to council that it will be removed from the High Street project next phase in order to allow that work to advance, and council and the community could reconsider it at a future date.
Okay, we'll get the Vice Deputy Mayor and then help.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think if it has to be removed from this phase of the work in the Southampton Main Street, then remove it, is my view. I think I won't be supporting the recommendation. I think we need a pause. I really do. I think one of the comments I heard earlier, and it makes sense to me, is we need to create something, was the wording. One of the speakers that is Southampton appropriate. And I just don't like the design. I think the structures are way too large, and the dark gray. I was part of for almost 20 years, and now past chair of the Port Elgin Cenotaph Committee. But during and Mayor Luke, you were around, I think, at that time. Maybe Councillor Deputy Mayor Huber, but you know, we come to council. I mean, there was design after design after design, and we looked at it and looked at it and looked at it, and until we got it right. And I don't think we've got this right. I really don't. And so I think we need to take a look at the size, the shape, the design, the look, feel, how it feels with Southampton. I just don't think it fits in. When we came up with that design for the town of Port Elgin, and we moved it, by the way, from the Port Elgin Library, and Deputy Mayor Huber talked about maybe one day moving it completely. Maybe it should be one day. But I think that when we moved from the Port Elgin Library over to the Port Elgin Cenotaph, now where it is now, the old lawn bowling club was there. Look at what we have. I mean, it's a showcase. It's a showcase. And we receive comments from across Canada, you know, in the Legion newsletters and so on and so forth. That's a beautiful, beautiful cenotaph. And I think we can create something in Southampton that really, really jumps out at us. And I think we need to get it right. I don't think this is getting right. And to, you know, to our consultants, I highly, highly I support the great work you do. From an engineering standpoint, you've done great work in Grand Boost counties, and so that's not the question really about your skills from that perspective. It's just that there are monument designs that can be designed by monument people that have been in it for decades, and that's what we found when we engineered the the Port Algon design to the Lumberland Club, we found a monument dealer that had been in the business for a long time. And they come up with a beautiful design, I think, and I think the community agrees with that. So I just think we need to take a pause. And it really alarmed me a little bit tonight when the member of the Legion spoke and said that they weren't consulted, I think were his words. That alarmed me a bit. It's the same with Councillor Grace and Stack. So that did concern me. So I think we need to take a pause. I can only expect what our mayor's going to say about this. Let's get on with it. Take the words out of his mouth. But I think we should not, if we're going to spend 50 grand, $100,000, 150, 200,000, whatever the amount is, we really do need to get this right the first time that we create those monuments. So I won't be supporting it. I think we need to take a pause.
Okay, I'm going to get Councillor Halpin and then Duhaime.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. My only comment on this, like when people talk about moving it, I think the location should be perhaps a fundamental question that we should answer first before we build this. Like, why would we build it and then move it? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duhaime.
Yeah, thanks. And through you, Mayor, thanks for the report. I was just looking back at the staff report from November. The rebuilding and restoring of the Cairn Cross had 50% of the community support, it looks like. And maybe if going with this memorial wall design, I just feel like we're trying to put something in a location maybe not really meant to have accessible walls with people able to go up and touch it. In the summer, that road is very busy. That intersection is very busy. So yeah, I won't be supporting. I think we should eventually look for a new location if we do want to do some sort of memorial wall. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think everyone has spoken. And so I see the deputy mayor wants to speak again, but I don't want to go 20 rounds on this. We got a lot to do. So let's not go on for too long here. We'll give one more to the deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, and through you. I attended a Legion meeting, their annual general meeting, and I presented the work of the ad hoc committee and described very, very clearly and loudly and I think in an appropriate manner exactly what the ad hoc committee had talked about and what we were suggesting. So that AGM, there was a real opportunity for the Legion to not have had leadership. So it was a difficult meeting, but I can assure you that the people who are on the executive of the Legion now did hear what the ad hoc committee had recommended to council. So that shouldn't have been a surprise. Granted, I was surprised tonight when Mr. Lynch said that there had been nothing further from the town or from the consultant. I'm heartbroken about this because there have been a number of times in downtown Southampton where we've gotten very close to something really cool happening and it's been curtailed through our inability, I guess, to kind of see a bigger picture or see a vision or see an opportunity to create something that will be pretty special. And it wasn't us, but I will say Friday night I stood behind a building at the corner of High Street and Victoria Street and watched raccoons come out of a garage, looking at a building that a couple of years ago there was an opportunity for museum expansion that got curtailed. I look at the town hall project that a number of years Councillor Grace was involved with me on that, as were a number of members of the community. We spent months thinking about and creating and dreaming about and talking to people and having ideas bantered back and forth, came up with a concept idea. And, quite frankly, I think people were upset about the colors in the concept idea, which were reflective of different activities or different areas of interest within this bigger project. And that all went by the wayside as well. And here we're sitting here years later with a library that's inadequate in Southampton, a town hall that still doesn't have a decent elevator in it and doesn't have proper public bathrooms. I see this as another opportunity to do something pretty special downtown and create something that I think, if we can get And I'm disappointed that, you know, the design has come back with a starkness to it that I don't agree with it, the color black and the size. However, Sanderson Monuments, I don't even know if you consulted them. We saw some Sanderson stuff during the ad hoc committee. They recently did the McTier installation, which it's a beautiful light colored piece of stone with names on it that you can read. And, you know, I don't know the exact dimensions of it, but there's definitely more than 30 names on the list. So the sizing seems appropriate and in terms of the font size. I don't know if you consulted them or looked at them. I just think we will be making a very big mistake if we kick this to the curb, because it'll be years before we get back to it. And I see that as something that's really, really unfortunate and kind of sad, because I do think that it is a place, and I wish that the concept that we received tonight was indicative of the entire intersection. Councillor Grace's comment about the interpretive storyboards, I don't think that they were ever talked about in terms of where they would be, but there's 4 curb extensions on that corner. And the idea was to have that be the enveloping space, which with the surface treatment in the middle, whether it be again stamped concrete or interlock brick, that would be a unit, and it would be a location that people would think was pretty special, not just on Remembrance Day when people get together there, but at different times. So I can sort of see the writing on the wall with the comments people have made, but just know that this means that this is off the table now, probably for another maybe 10 years. That's exactly what happened with the town hall and the library. And, you know, and again, we know what's gone on at the corner of High Street and Victoria Street with the former Anglican manse. And again, there's a building sitting there that could have been something pretty special. The town hall could have been something pretty, even more than it is. But I just, I'm really disappointed that the concept didn't reflect the entire intersection, so we had a better vision for what we were talking about at the ad hoc. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I heard the question. To call the question, I'd ask the councillors indulgence for me to say a couple of words, since I haven't, and I think I'd like my words are to get us to some kind of decision, which is what I would like council to do. We've been batting this around the horn since I think our very first meeting of this council. We talked about this. That was when the then president of the Legion came and spoke to us and asked us to do something, which we were willing to do, eager to work with the Legion, participated with them in a fundraising campaign to do something. Then the leadership of the Legion changed and they wanted something different. So council changed tack. We struck the ad hoc committee, to which I personally invited the president of the Legion to join, which he did. So the president of the Legion was on the ad hoc committee, the president. We got the recommendation from there, including that information from the president of the Legion. And now the Legion leadership has changed again, and they're telling us we haven't consulted them. It is a little frustrating, right? It's a little bit frustrating because I want to work with Legion. You know, we love the Legion, and the cenotaph downtown in Southampton is the best cenotaph. It's the most beautiful place to have Remembrance Day in the whole world, right? And council knows that, and we're really desperate to make something awesome out of it, because it's already awesome. So the committee came to us and said, we want to preserve what's there and restore it. And so we said, yes, okay, let's do that. And we said, and they recommended that we do these commemorative walls. And we said, yes. And so now we're back here with this, and now we're hearing again, don't do that, which is fine. But where I'm at is I don't know how to proceed with, because we just keep trying this, committees and consultations and public meetings, and we end up back here where we can't do anything, which is a real challenge for council. So I think, like, we can't, in my view, we can't send this back to staff to fix, I don't think, because what can they do at this point? I think that would not be fair. I think we have had some suggestions. I think almost everybody agrees they don't like the design. Some would vote for it, but they still don't like elements of it, right? So they wouldn't vote for this right in front of us. I don't think we can go back and refer, because there's enough members who don't like it at all that it would be defeated anyway. The only thing I can think is, I've heard enough votes here to defeat it. So the only thing I can think here is it just gets tabled and doesn't come back. Unless, and I think what would have to happen is perhaps, as what happened, I think, with the Port Elgin one, the Legion, maybe they want to strike a committee and come back to us and say, here's what we think you should do. Or some community group says, here, come to council. And I guess what I would finally say is, and I think council are very open to hearing from the Legion and from members of the community about come to us. Don't stop hammering us on Facebook, because that is a waste of your time. Start coming up with solutions. If you love the cenotaph like we do, then get together as a group, go to the Legion, talk to them, and come up with some ideas and bring them to this council, and this council will hear them. And we'll work with good ideas. That's I think what we need to do. So I think if the votes break the way it sounds like, it's going to be a dead letter here. I think that's where council will have to leave it. And I would say to the community, come back to us with your ideas, and we're happy to work with you. So there's a resolution. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? And opposed? Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, sorry. All in favor? 1, 2, and all opposed? With the abstentions, it's defeated. Okay. So now we are on to back to 9.1, laneway real estate review. And we're going on to, yeah, sorry, I've got to figure out, who has that report? Mark has that report, the Director of Development Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report fulfills a divisional highlight in the current business plan for the engineering division to outline the resources required to do an inventory and a strategic review of laneways to result in a town policy direction about how to dispose, whether and how to dispose of land when that land is specifically a laneway. So a 2-year plan has been laid out in the report that would involve doing the inventory work by the end of next year. And then in 2027, the first half of the year would involve the strategic review, and then policy work in the latter half of the year with the project being completed at the end of 2027. So we are bringing this forward for information, and it's a preview of an item that will be in the, where our intention is to present this in the business plan. And this is a preview of that, or of that plan that's coming forward.
Thank you. So there is a recommendation that council receive the laneway real estate review resource analysis report for information. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Gray, second by Stack. Discussion. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I thought that, when this came up earlier this year or late last year, that we decided that we weren't going to sell laneways, that we were going to keep laneways. Okay, laneways provide an opportunity for infill, housing, ARUs, etc. Could our policy just be that we don't sell laneways? And do we really have to spend almost $250,000 to say that we don't sell laneways?
You're reading my mind. Are there further questions or comments from members of council? I guess I just say those are my views. I don't think we need to do any of this. I think our view can simply be that as a general policy, we're not going to dispose of the laneways. People can always come to us and ask us, and we can always consider those things, but I don't think there needs to be anything more than a policy saying we're going to retain those lands. My personal views. Councillor Stack.
Yeah, thanks. I think my only desire to have this is that I think there's some distrust in the community about when we don't dispose of lands. And so I think the one benefit, so there's several benefits, but the main benefit I see is that we'll actually be able to show people that we have a record of when and if laneways have been sold or disposed of or repurposed, and the basis upon which we made that decision. So I think that helps people. So recently we had a request from a constituent in Port Elgin who had proceeded with a conditional sale of a piece of land and wanted to sever it, and the laneway got in the way. Like, we can talk about the pros and cons of their approach there, but I think that serves some benefits so people can understand before they make a request. They can understand if and when we've done it and likely their chances of success. Because I think from my concern, and I think I've raised it before, I'm always a bit concerned about making sure between Southampton and Port Elgin, I've made this comment before, that we're uniformly applying these policies. And so I think having that that inventory to demonstrate that that has been the case, or that this is the, whatever the policy we're doing going forward, I think that's the benefit for constituents who may want to request a sale in future.
Thank you. Are there further comments? I don't see any. So this will come back in the, right now, at the moment, it's going to be included in the 2026 capital budget, or operating budget, I guess. So we can discuss it at that time and decide what we want to do with it. It's here for your information. It's been moved and seconded, so I'll ask all in favor of receiving the report for information. And opposed? That's carried. Okay. All right, so now we are on to item 9.2, the new fire station location and the fire chief.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm pleased to present a report. Excuse me, I forgot to put my glasses on. I am pleased to present a report asking for permission to place the Port Elgin Fire Hall replacement on property located at 640 Mill Creek Road. This property is a portion of the Cameron Park and owned by the municipality, limiting costs and land acquisition. Council considered and approved the design and engineering phase of the new station project for 2026 and the build phase completed in 2028. Although numerous sites were considered, the Mill Creek location was considered the best due to its limited impact on the environment, the community, and present property use, while maintaining a robust response time in a volunteer model. The location has been discussed and accepted as an excellent site by the senior officers of the fire department. I would like to thank Jessica Rogers and Luke Burrows for all of their assistance with the GIS mapping and the firefighter response time modeling. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chief. So there is a recommendation that council approve the location for a new Port Elgin Fire Station at 640 Mill Creek Road. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Davinsky, seconded by Duhame. Discussion. Councillor Helpman.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I understand that, we're not going to need all those ball diamonds and that, but my concern about this location is, having worked at the high school, if a fire alarm or a call would go out between 8:45 and 9 a.m., 9:10 a.m., or between 3 and 3:30, man, that area is packed with buses and students, and currently there's no sidewalks there. There probably should be sidewalks. To me, that's a real concern, that you're going to run those, not only the fire trucks out, the firefighters in, past what's probably the busiest street in Port Elgin during those hours. So that is my concern. Thank you.
Any comments, Chief?
We have considered it. The present location of the Emma Street, if where the high school is now is the busiest, then Emma Street is the second busiest street during high school hours, with the parade of kids that come down the street through the path and by the fire hall to go to the restaurants to eat, etc. We certainly have looked at it. There has been discussions with the school board, Raul, Mark, and Rob Atkinson, the deputy, have all met with the school board, looking at repositioning of the bus lanes and the movement of I'll call it an easement, but I'll get beat up for calling it that. But the moving of the road allowance over where it is presently now, that goes back to the ball diamonds, etc., to allow for response there. But we did consider that, Councillor.
Okay, further comments? So we'll get the Vice Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Moyet.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your report, Chief. And I do appreciate the chat we had today. And I know when I presented the idea of Lakeview Campground entranceway, where the boats are parked right now. We talked about servicing, and there's a hydro pole there, and you have to move 8, 9 trailers, but and there may be no support around the room for Lakeview, but Bruce Street, all of our development, a lot of our development is north along Bruce Street, right out to concession 10 and southerly to County Road 25. It's our main artery, which, we have Main Street, now we've got Bruce Street. And I know it's thinking outside the box, but Lakeview Ball Diamond is the first ball diamond to be disappearing, so that land becomes available to put additional trailers or move those boats in there, whatever we need to do. But I just wondering if it still is an option or could be an option. I don't mind, Cameron. I'm concerned about the school buses and traffic and the busyness of that area, but I appreciate we having the chat today about Lakeview, and I just wonder if we could, you talked about the cost of the infrastructure to move the hydro pole and those 9 trailers, but that's a piece of land we do own, and I just was wondering, Mr. Mayor, if it's an option. Maybe it's a crazy option, but I'm just trying to think outside the box and think about lands we own, and that Bruce Street is built for that type of traffic. For fire trucks, it's nice and wide, and the access in and out would be free and easy, and there'd have to be some changes, obviously, to the campground. But I got thinking about it today, and I thought, could that be an option? And have we looked at all the options, I guess, is my question.
What I might say at the moment is, right now, we've got the staff's recommendation. We're considering this. If council wants, it can sense that if council's uncomfortable with this location, it can send staff back to look at other locations. They can come back with comments and recommendations on other locations. I think that I just don't want to get into debating the pros and cons of other locations here tonight. If we are going to look at other locations, we can do that after we've made a decision on this location. Does that sound reasonable? Okay, so Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. When I opened this up and looked at this a couple of days ago, it sort of hit me about left field. I didn't really consider that this was an option, but now that I've looked at it, and I think it's an excellent location. I think, from all what you've pointed out in your report, Ed, is the firefighters will be able to get in there, that you can come at it from several different avenues. The same goes for getting out. If it's clogged down by the school, you can come back out and out Mill Creek Road out to Gus Davis. I think it's a good spot. It's close to the water tower, so there's going to be plenty of water to get at. So I'm going to support the location. My question is the current location. What would be the plans for the current location? Is there, it's a good piece of property in a choice downtown commercial area. Thinking down the road, would you see it being redeveloped or use that building for town purposes, or rent it out, or something like we did with the police station?
I think that's a discussion council would have to have once we've made this decision, but it would certainly be a discussion we would need to have. So, but we'll for tonight, we'll just focus on the location question. Are there further comments?
I have one more
sorry.
comment.
Who haven't I heard from yet? The deputy mayor.
Thank you, and through you. It was just said that something about the Lakeview baseball diamond, but I don't think any decisions have been made about baseball diamonds. Okay. When you look at the Cameron Park site, I think the location for the fire station and the adjacent parking is all on the area that currently doesn't have anything on it. There is a bit of a grade there, though, in terms of there's a slope. So I know this isn't at the design phase, but this location enables the baseball diamond to stay intact, the park to stay intact with the playground equipment, that sort of thing. But how do you deal with the grade change there? How does the whole site get lowered at one end, or does the other end get raised up? I know we're not there yet, but it seems a limitation of the site. Can you just tell me how you think that might work?
I'll take a run at this, Mr. Mayor, and if my colleague to the left of me can help if I mess it up. We did have an on-site meeting with Raul and Burnside and talked about how that would come together. You're right, there's a grade there. The way that we have it conceptually in our head is the firefighters would enter from the east side where it's the flattest with the least amount of interaction with the topography. And on the lower side, we then could have parking for the training room, community, et cetera, the community room. So there may be stairs there. We would have to consider accessibility, ramp, et cetera, but that was the thoughts.
Okay, so I had some others. I'll come to Councillor Halpin and then the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. In one way, if you can't talk about other locations, how do you know this is the best one? But is there, and this isn't an original thought, is there room to keep the fire department where it is? Like, that's not a bad location. We have a building there that we may not need when the Aquatic and Wellness Center is all done. There's quite a bit of room there. You know, is it possible for us to stay on the same footprint? Thank you.
I think what I mean by sort of narrowing it to this is I think one option council has is rather than, because we have a bit of time, we don't have to make this decision tonight. We could defer this and ask staff to come back with some other options and we could look at them. So that could be one, the one the Vice Deputy Mayor raised could be another. We could sort of give them that direction rather than approving it if we wanted to. So I think just to me, because it gets complicated if we start debating all those pros and cons, let's focus on this. If we think we might want to see other options before we make this final decision, let's just give that direction to staff and then they'll come back with some other options. And if this turns out to be the best one, we pick it. So
Yeah,
Vice Deputy
Mr. Mayor, one of the things I really did appreciate in the report, Chief, was response time. And that's why I suggested Lakeview. Because you take a look at the development on Bruce Street, north-south, to 10th concession, County 25, that's where our housing is happening. Majority of housing is happening, north-south. So the response times, you know, in the heart of Port Algon, to me, I don't know what they look like. I would at least like, before we make the final decision, and I know that's thinking way outside the box with that site, and I know we haven't determined that ball diamond is going this year, next year. There's a study being done this year, I believe. And preliminary talk is about the Lakeview ball diamond is the first one to disappear, is what I understand. So I just think that before we, you know, and the downtown site, you know, where the tourism office is, that whole corner, is that an option too? And I just think this first time I've seen it about Cameron Park. I've been, you know, and I heard about, I read about Mackenzie, but I just want to be satisfied before we, you know, approve a motion that says approve the location at Cameron. You know, I mean, I just think let's at least consider a couple of the sites. If they're not the right sites, but I'd like to see those response times from Lakeview. I think that would be interesting stats to look at by a GIS department. So that's my thought on it.
Thank you. So we got, I'll get Duhame and then Davinsky. Or sorry, has either of you spoken yet? Sorry, I'm getting lost here. Okay, Duhame and then Davinsky.
Thanks, and to you, Mayor. Thanks, Ed, for the report. I do like this location. Just a question, did you consider other locations? Oh.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, we certainly thought about other locations. I said in the report, we did look at areas that are town-owned, but maybe not a fit. So there's properties that response times are good, but they're totally treed. So I'm hesitant to take down all the trees on a property to put in a fire hall. So there's properties to the south that we looked at. So the answer to your question is yes, we looked at a lot of different possibilities. A lot of them were quickly ruled out. One of the things I want to say to make sure that we're clear of what the response times mean is that we're a volunteer model. And the volunteer model is we took every address of every firefighter in the response area, and from when their pager went off to the driving time at speed limit, because that's the only way you can do GIS type, at speed limit is arrive at the station, get on a truck and drive within 10 minutes. So those maps that you see are 10 minutes from when their pager goes off, where they live and out. So the model may look better if we had a full-time complement on a piece of property where they're responding because they live there or sleep there. It will be different for a volunteer model. So I just wanted to put that in based on response time. I appreciate Councillor Mayette's points also. I just wanted to clarify the response time piece.
Yep, fair enough. Councillor Davinsky.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I move this, and I'm more than willing to defer it so that we can get other ideas, because this to me is going the same route as the Cenotaph just did. And we're going to have 8 people have 8 different locations, and it's time that we have to decide on something. If it means going back to staff or going back to the chief, then let's do it. But we can't linger on this. Let's just get it done.
Thank you. Councillor Dehane.
It sounds like the fire department did consider other options, and I was gonna also, through you, Mayor, like, are all the firefighters in Port Elgin on board with this location there, Ed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I certainly have heard from several firefighters tonight that are watching this. We have a very consultative approach with everything we do within the department. They were excited about the spot, thought that the spot made sense. I don't think that there's a perfect site, no matter what we do, whether it's expense or whether it's traffic or whatever that looks like. But I would like to get to a spot where a site is agreed upon so that we can hit the ground running come the new year to decide on a design engineer to bring that forward to council to discuss what next steps are.
Yeah, thank you. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I have a great deal of respect for what the fire chief has done, and I have heard about this from a number of firefighters. I think it's important to realize that this site is currently sitting vacant, and it is public land. So in some ways, it's a piece of land we own that's waiting for an opportunity. And I was critical of the ins and outs of it all. And you know, I know you've spent a lot of time thinking about the way that the roads around that area work. And I'm personally satisfied that you believe that this is a great location. You've put forward a design that I think, based on what you told me, looks out to the future for where we need to be, not necessarily just right now, but where we need to be in a few years, given the growth that's expected here. So I will be supporting the recommendation and what we're voting on. But I think vacant land that the public owns, that's a good place to start. And this is certainly a piece of land that's just sitting there vacant. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, one more from the Vice Deputy Mayor.
I just wanted to add one more comment. I have full confidence in the chief too. That's not the point here at all. I just think that we owe it to our taxpayers to, I mean, the site where it sits now, for example, with the 2 bays, can we add 2 more bays onto that site and take over the parkette and the offices that are existing? I don't know that because I've just first seen it. But can the fire station be built on the existing site for the same price? Is it $2 million more, $3 million more? I just think that, can we not just pause here for a little bit and take a look at a couple more sites and bring it in and say, and give us the stats on it, potential cost for each site? And then we may be going back to Cameron and end up at that spot. But I just think we owe it to our residents and our community to make sure we've looked at all options.
Yeah, and I might make a comment here. I share some of the concerns with the site. I'm somebody who drives kids to the high school all the time. It's not just kids walking, it's a lot of buses. It's a huge amount of traffic. It takes a good 10 minutes to make a left-hand turn out of there on a weekday. You know, it's crazy busy up there. So and it's right next to the school, and also a residential neighborhood that hasn't had an active fire hall in it up till now, right? So a couple of things. One, I would say I would really like to see the options for the existing site as well. I think it could be a great downtown development. It could rejuvenate that part of downtown Port Elgin a little bit, and it could be, and it's already a fire hall, so it has the benefit of a place where people are used to having a fire hall. I would like to see that as an option drawn up, just to see if it can be done or if it really ought to be excluded from my perspective. The other thing I think we probably should do, we do this with everything else, is some sort of public information center or something before we actually approve this, right? Like we probably should have something like like pretty well every other major project we do, we have a public information center. I think we should, particularly considering all the new neighbors up there and everything for this fire hall, I think they should have a chance to come and see a presentation about it and hear from the chief and talk to folks. So I think we should do that before we vote finally on it. So my preference would be a deferral with a request back to staff to do that public information center and come back with a look at the existing overall site. That would be my preference. It's up to you guys to decide what to do. I probably can't vote for the thing as it stands now because I'm just not, I have a bit of heartburn about the site, and probably more because we haven't heard from the neighborhood at all about it than anything. So I would support a deferral, but I put that to you folks. Let's do something here right now. No more discussion. Give me a direction. You want to do anything or not?
I'd put the motion on to defer, and motion to defer. Pardon me?
Sorry.
Motion to defer. I know our chief would like to go and get going in January, and I get that. And I wanted to get going at Lamont Sports Park 5 years before it started. I think things take time, and Aquatic Center took 20 years. So I know we need a new fire hall, and we're going to get one. That's the positive part about this. But let's just take one step back and defer it and take a look at the existing site. The site I was suggesting maybe has no merit, but I still like to see what the response times are in that area. And so I'd be a motion to defer.
There's a motion to defer. Is there a seconder for the motion to defer? Councillor Mayette, any discussion on the deferral? I just want to say, yeah, Councillor Mayette.
I'd like to ask the question, where does this sit in the 10-year capital plan? Is this a 27, 28, 29?
28 project, right? The CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the design would happen in 2026 with the build in 27 and 28. And that's where it's in the current plan.
Okay. Okay. Discussion on the motion to defer. Councillor DeHaan.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question for the existing fire hall then. I didn't know that was still an option. I thought maybe that we were looking at a new site because that one was a no-go for expansion, but has that not been studied? I'll put that to the chief then.
Chief, to what extent has that site been studied?
Just extensive discussions. It was the first, 3 years ago, it was the first site on our table. Actually, it was the second site. The first one was Mackenzie. The second one was the fire hall, its present location. Our biggest issue, parking. There's nowhere to park presently. If we expanded it to 14,000 square feet versus 8,000 now, even with the expansion, our parking would be very limited. And with a budget of $7 million, although we don't have quotes, we were hesitant to think that we could run an operational fire station and expand it to the extent that we would have to and still stay within budget and stay operational. So that's why we didn't look at it closer.
Fair enough. Are there further comments on the motion to defer? Seeing none, all in favor of the deferral? And opposed? That's carried. Okay, thank you. So now we're on to 9.4, administrative monetary penalty system report. And this is also from the fire chief.
Before I start, I am very happy. It's the first time that in 3 years I've had any pushback at all. And it excites me a little bit. It's on, the challenge is on. So I'm very happy about that. Thank you. I'm very pleased to bring a report before you on a proposed administrative monetary penalty system, or we renamed it something a little gentler, called an administrative compliance system pilot program, where the town of Saugeen Shores would use a coming regulatory framework instituted by the province of Ontario to use AMPS as an enforcement tool for the Fire Protection and Prevention Act and the Ontario Fire Code. This will allow the municipality to potentially reduce costs, increase revenues, and lower court backlogs province-wide. Since the program is widely used as a compliance tool under the Ontario Municipal Act, we're also proposing the inclusion of property standards as a trial to further understand its benefits and challenges over a 2-year span. If this directional ask is approved tonight, a fulsome system report will be presented to council in Q4 with all the details specific to our municipality for approval. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. So the recommendation is that council approve the development of an administrative compliance system pilot program for council's consideration in the fourth quarter of 2025. Is there a mover and seconder? The deputy mayor, Councillor Duhaime. Discussion. Councillor Grace.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Ed. A couple of questions. The attachment that you had from Huron-Kinloss, their description is pretty detailed. And I'm wondering, do you intend to use the same kind of, for instance, their system ensures certain rights protections to have like an unbiased decision maker, a hearing officer that would be appointed by council would need to be a third party. And I guess my question would be, what do they mean by a third party? I guess the first question is, would you be modeling yours on the Huron-Kinloss model?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that is a template. So generically speaking, municipalities run the same sort of ANTS program based on the provincial model. So in my previous employer, I was the hearing officer, so appeals came to me. And then if they didn't like that, it would then go to a third-party adjudicator that was contracted by the municipality.
So that third party would be sort of like an integrity officer or something like that could be used. And I had a question. Later on in our agenda, there's a letter from the Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Board, 2 letters actually. The first one is talking about the fact that some of their ability to collect to lay charges and collect fines and stuff seems to be curtailed. Are they referring to this administrative monetary policy penalty system?
Through your worship, the problem, generally speaking, when it comes to Provincial Offences Act, POA tickets and ticketing, is that a very small portion goes back to the municipality. The costs are to defend a ticket certainly outweigh what the ticket is. So, and the right to collect those monies in a provincial, unless you're going to affect someone's license, it's very difficult to collect the money on a provincial offenses ticket. So the AMPs through the Municipal Act, 100% of the money would go to the municipality. You have a very skinny appeals process, an appeals process nonetheless well documented, but cost-wise very skinny. And then the ability that if it's not paid, that can go, if council approves when I bring the report, it can go on their taxes for collection, which ensures that. So Gray is talking about their inability to collect on the actual fines that they levy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this sounds like a good idea, but yeah, I just wondered if that was related to the OPP's question. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Mayette, and then Halpin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, a question to add to Chief Melanson. Presumably, the fences that we're talking about here are related to fire safety, smoke detectors, that sort of thing. We're not talking about parking tickets and the rest because, or, people moving their fence too close to the road or things like that. Because the bylaw, that falls under building, right? You're talking about bylaws that are specific to fire safety, or correct me if I'm wrong.
Initially, that is what we're talking about. Normally, we wouldn't be able to do AMPs for provincial offenses, but the province has brought an initiative forward to allow the fire service to ticket for provincial offenses in the AMPs program. It's the first time ever that it's happened. So it's generally designed for bylaw infractions. That's what it's designed for. And that's why we're proposing, I met with Josh and Alana, the chief building official bylaw. I met with them to ask them if you were going to put one in that we could trial in the bylaw world, which one would it be? And they brought forward the property standards one as a way that we could do an AMPS ticket and see how it functions within the pilot.
Okay, Councilor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Let me click over here. I was surprised you said that you write 630 tickets a year. That's more than 2 a day. That's correct? And that's just for fire, or that's?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I asked Josh for our total tickets written. I added ours on top of which is a very small portion compared to bylaw. 2023 numbers were almost 700 tickets written. Last year, there was a gap due to the gap in the bylaw officer. So I didn't use that data, but I used the 2023 data. And that's how many tickets were written between us and bylaw.
Okay, thank you. And you say right now you pay $10,000 a year for ticket processing and you collect approximately $7,000 per year in charges. So who does the $10,000 go to for ticket processing? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is my belief that Saugeen Shores Police Services does our ticketing administration. And when you do the math, take the 10,000 out of it, take the number of tickets written and the total income coming back, you realize that we get about 6% from a Provincial Offences Act ticket. That's why AMPS has become so appealing to municipalities.
Thank you. And how much do you think it's going to cost to implement something like this? Thank you.
The cost should be negligible. We already have the people in place to do what we need to do. We can, I'll call it deputized, maybe that's the wrong word, but I'll give you an example. We could give AMPS ticket books to snowplow operators that if there's a car in the way, they could put a ticket on it, an AMPS ticket on it for parking on the street. It gives us more flexibility with the people that we have. There is a process for that. We would have to go to council, et cetera, but it gives us the ability to do things internal without using a lot of external resources to do it. And the costs are recovered in, again, if council approves the format, if you appeal to an adjudicator, there's a fee for that. And if you are not successful, we keep the money. So it is relatively self-funded.
Other questions or comments at this time? There is a recommendation there. It's been moved and seconded. I'll just say thanks for your work on this. I think it's a really great concept. No pushback from me on this one. Thanks very much for your report. Looking forward to seeing the pilot and how it goes. So moved and seconded, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we're on to the consent agenda. There are several items, 7 items on the consent agenda. I'll ask right off the bat, does anybody want to vote on any of the consent items separately? See no request to vote on any item within consent separately. So the resolution is that items 10.1 through 10.7 be approved and received for information. Is there a mover and seconder for the resolution? Moved by Stack, seconded by the Vice Deputy Mayor. So I'm just going to walk through them one at a time. And if you have questions that you have on them, or very brief comments that you'd like to make, we can do that. So the first one is the heritage property demolition, 10.1 at 317 High Street. Any questions or comments on that one? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. There is someone in the gallery who's been waiting for this particular item, at least one person. So I just wanted to draw our attention to it. And I realize that the Heritage Committee has a meeting scheduled for next week. So hopefully it can flow through potentially quite quickly. The property in question is now owned by 2 people who have renovated an older building and done it quite nicely. And it's right next door to this one. And there are also 2 people who contribute incredibly to a number of community events. So these are not people that want to destroy anything here. They are adding to the fabric of the neighborhood. And I believe that what's in the report is a very nice representation of what they want to do and what really has perhaps less heritage value given the way it was constructed, when it was constructed, and the condition that it's in right now. Anyway, so I just look forward to hearing back that, the process is moving along quickly because I think it's a very good application and a good use of a recommendation from the Heritage Committee, but a way to move forward with something where there's a designation that's from a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stack.
So I have no issues with the requested demolition. I just want to make clear, sorry, I feel very persnickety today, but just to be clear, the history, like the motives of the residents and their contribution to the community should not be a contributing factor to any decision we make. I'm just leery of that so that if someone else comes in future who's not a big proponent of community involvement, but is making a similar request. I just want to make clear to constituents that the decision is made on the merits of the specific request and not on contributions to the community in the past.
Yes, I think that's right. Well, this is being referred to the Heritage Committee, and the Heritage Committee has a process by which they have to address these things. So like any applicant, they will go through the process in the way it should be done, and then we'll get a recommendation back from the committee. So yes, I think that's exactly how it will play out. Are there further questions on this one? If not, we're going to go on to the next one, 10.2, Striking Committee Procedural Bylaw Amendment for Mayoral Decisions Directions. Any questions, comments on that one? Don't see any. Then 10.3, the Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest request for administrative workspace. Any questions or comments on that one? Councillor Halpin?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I know we won't get an answer now, but it brings up the question, what is the future of 599 Goddard Street? You know, what is the future? Like how much space would we need there when the Aquatic Wellness Center is done? And so I'm happy to have the Pumpkin Fest there, but to me, that's a bigger picture we need to be thinking about is the future of that building. Thank you.
Fair enough. And this is a 1-year agreement with Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest, so it opens, the future is still wide open beyond the year. Any other comments on this one? If not, then we'll on to 10.4, the Bill 9 Municipal Accountability Act resubmission of comments. Any questions on that one? Don't see any. 10.6 then, animal control update. Any questions on the animal control item? The Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I was just a little surprised when I looked at this. So we spend $30,000 a year on animal control for these services, correct? Okay. All right, and I suppose there's no way we could do it cheaper if we do it ourselves. There's no way that we could kind of come up with that. Anything else? No, people should look after their pets. Thanks.
Certainly agree with that. I don't know, the clerk, have any comments on that?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So this is a service that if the municipality wishes to prohibit the at-large animals, we must have a facility in which they can be impounded. So that is a requirement for a pound facility. They must be regulated by OMAFRA. They must be properly staffed. Current staff would not be able to do that. The facility in which we would do that would need to have certain requirements to make it appropriate. So it would be, while not impossible, it would be a costly endeavor. I feel that this proposal is certainly more cost effective than building a kennel.
Yeah. Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just while we're talking about the animal control bylaw through you, just for clarification, it's my understanding, and maybe the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, that this animal control bylaw only applies to the urban areas of Saugeen Shore. So if I have stray cats throw up on my farm, this doesn't apply. They can't be picked up and put in the pound.
Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. I would have to double check, but I don't believe that there are certain aspects of the bylaw that would be applicable in urban areas and others that would not. However, I would say that to catch a barn cat is perhaps a difficult task in certain situations. It depends. But yeah, so I mean, are there certainly barn cats that are not licensed? Of course. However, technically, should they be? I believe under the bylaw they are. But if somebody finds, part of the specifics of the bylaw, or sorry, the report they were talking about today, has to do more like if somebody has found a stray cat. So you have found a cat or a dog, and what do you do with it? And it is taking it to the Owen Sound Animal Shelter.
I just wouldn't follow up. I wasn't referring to barn cats because yes, barn cats come and they go and they live outside. But over the 30 years that we've been on the farm, there's been lots of people just decide that it's time for their cat to be a country cat and they dump them, right? And they find the closest barn looking structure and kick the cat out and drive away. It's happened lots, and they're domestic animals, and sometimes they even got the collar and they show up looking for food. So, but and in those instances, my wife, if she was here, she would tell you they've been turned down for taken to a shelter.
Yeah, okay. Further comments on this one? If not, then we're on to 10.6, the Southampton Tennis Club Agreement. Any questions on that one, the Vice Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I see Adam's here tonight, our Manager of Parks, and through you to Adam, if I might. The agreement is a good agreement, and thank you for your good work. And just from a public use perspective, Adam, we don't have really any, there are no municipal tennis courts in town. I mean, Lakeshore Recreation, you take out a membership, pay a daily rates, et cetera. And I encourage people to join the Southampton Tennis Club, by the way. It's a great service. But the fact is, we don't have municipal courts. With this agreement, will there be hours available to members of the public with our $100,000 contribution? Will there be hours at the Southampton Tennis Club where the members of the public could go in and play for free? And if so, what would those hours be?
Thank you for your question and through you, Mr. Mayor. Bruising the Southampton Tennis Club website, I couldn't find any hours that were advertised currently. However, our discussions with club executive was that this agreement would be contingent on public access. They do permit the public to book courts through their system. And if you look through the agreement, which is attached to the bylaw, page 14 on Schedule C, I think the third bullet down says that one of the deliverables is that public access would be granted as a term of the agreement.
And that's good to know. And I think the public needs to know that because I've had it over time. We had 2 courts up at Cameron Park that were taken out in 2002. And, but we haven't had, we had them, I guess, down at the Port Algon Beach years ago too, but no longer any municipal courts. That's good to know. So the members of the public need to know they can go in and book online, I suppose, Adam. Is that how they would do it?
The information I have available to me is phone call, go in person, or through the website.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Are there further questions on this one? I actually, just before you sit down, Adam, I had a question about this one. So the agreement that's before us, so far as it goes, is a good one and certainly supported. But I am a bit concerned about the other aspects of the arrangement we have with the tennis club, particularly with respect to how we're supporting their fundraising on their end. So we are, as far as I know, providing, we're issuing charitable tax receipts for that process, and we don't have an agreement with them. It's not in this agreement. We don't have an agreement with them governing that relationship. And I understand that we're working on a broader agreement, a broader policy governing those kinds of relationships, which is good. But just because that's not ready yet doesn't necessarily mean we shouldn't have one for this one in particular. Like we should, clarity is kindness, right? Like we want this to work, and we want the tennis club to succeed at this, but we need to have, I think, a written understanding between us. Okay, we're going to issue tax receipts for you. Here's how that relationship's going to work. Here's how many years we're going to do that for, and then it's going to stop at X year. Like, what are the parameters of that deal? And I think it doesn't have to be a complicated agreement, but I really do think we should have an agreement, a simple agreement, just saying, here's how that relationship works. Is that something that we can do with the tennis club?
We can certainly work on something like an MOU or other kind of documentation to support that. For now, the agreement is about getting them the funding for construction, and those donations we can continue to work on over the next little while.
Yeah, we are facilitating that right now, right? Like those tax receipts are being issued, I assume, today, right? If somebody makes a donation, or at the end of this year, or at some point, they're going to hand us a list and we're going to hand out a bunch of tax receipts, right?
Correct, within the financial year, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, it would be nice to have an agreement before we get too deep into the CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate what Adam's noting, which is I think the group wants the agreement signed so they can start working on the construction piece. But I think we could add something into the agreement that just notes that there'll be a schedule attached that recognize how the charitable receipts will be handled.
Sure, yeah, and I don't want to hold up their construction or anything, but I just would like that piece addressed. Councillor Grace?
Thank you. Yeah, I had somebody ask me the other day about this specific thing and whether our charitable tax receipt donation situation allows people to donate securities as opposed to cash. So that might be something that our finance staff can look at as part of that, not just for
Yeah.
this, but for whatever else we do.
Certainly out of my area of
Yeah.
expertise, so we can ask those questions. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, and those are just the kind of questions we need to answer for, so that we all know what the parameters are. So anyway, that's good. We can work on that. Any other questions or comments on this one? Don't see any. So now we're on to communications, 12 items of communication there. Anybody wish to speak to any of the items of communication? Councillor Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm looking at the Otonabee South Monaghan resolution regarding Bill C2, proposing to amend the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Act by adding, making it a criminal offense for any business, profession, or charitable entity to accept cash payments, donations, or deposits of $10,000 or more in a single transaction. And if I recall, we've had some pretty hefty donations ourselves, have we not? That have gone over $10,000. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I think it's tying the hands of some raising of funds for others. I don't know. Do you understand what I'm saying here? They resolved that they condemn the bill and wants the federal government to withdraw this amendment, which I agree with. I would like to have the town support this amendment, and in addition, send a letter to the regulars, the usual suspects, but send one to the Police Services Board as well.
Okay, Councillor moves support of item 11, the correspondence from the Township of Otonabee South Monaghan resolution on Bill C2. Is there a seconder? Councillor Halpin, discussion. Councillor Stack.
Oh, it's me.
Yes, I think it's worth noting you can donate, you can write a check. I think it's literal cash. So Canada has a record for being way behind the times in managing money laundering. We're actually a hub for it. So I think it's appropriate to understand that they don't want someone to go to the bank and take go to the bank over a 3 to 5 day period and take out $9,999. Then the next day because that's how money is laundered. You take, yes, it's legal tender, but the intent is to launder money. Typically, people don't transact in high cash donations. So I certainly won't support this because I think it's likely a misunderstanding of the intent of the legislation. So that's just my feedback. We're particularly behind the times, and I think we should not be accepting literal bags of cash.
I might just make a comment with respect to the jurisdiction of council, right? I have my views on this, but I'm just not sure. I'm content to leave this to the federal government. It's really their jurisdiction, and I'm sure they'll respond to whatever the public's input they receive is, but I just don't believe Saugeen Shores has any expertise in this area and isn't really qualified to speak on it. So I'm not going to support the resolution, irrespective of what my personal views may be. Are there any other comments or questions before we call a vote on this? If not, all in favor? Opposed? That's defeated, pardon me. Are there further items of these that folks, Councillor Grace?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. 10.7.10, which is the County of Bruce staff report on the decline of local revenues from Ontario's electricity infrastructure, the case study on Kincardine and Bruce County. So my question for that is, I didn't see anything in the report indicating, I'm just wondering if anybody spoke to Bruce Power about it and asked what their plan of action might be or what they might contribute to make up for the declining revenue. Not to mention though, of course, our appreciation for how generous they always are, but I'd be interested to hear their reaction to this.
I won't go on too long about it, but I have been involved in several meetings on this issue in my capacity in the County of Bruce. And it really isn't related to Bruce Power, actually. Like this is the taxation that's paid by OPG for the site. So it's not a, Bruce Power pays what it's supposed to pay, but it's actually provincial legislation that's the issue here. So I guess that's the important point to note. Bruce Power isn't, this is not a, Bruce Power hasn't done anything wrong or is not withholding any money that it should be paying. It's paying its taxes. And the question is and it's not just the nuclear plants, it's all electricity infrastructure. Ontario, it gets quite complicated, but there's just the way that the level of the contribution and the payments in lieu that are made for that infrastructure hasn't kept up with how taxation has grown over time, and so their share is reduced. It's a major issue for the town of Kincardine, a more minor issue for the county of Bruce, not an issue at all for the town of Saugeen Shores. So there you have it. We can, what I can say is it's actively being worked on by the county and by Kincardine, and I would say that from our perspective, that's probably where to leave it. We can be nominally supportive, but I don't think just isn't an issue that comes to our table, I don't think. Any others of these items that need to be discussed? If not, then we're on to item 11, motions and notices of motion. There is a notice of motion here, but I believe the councillor is looking to amend it. Councillor Davinsky.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And with the agreement of my seconder in this particular notice of motion, we would like to include a motion to reconsider.
Yes, thank you. So maybe I'll get the clerk just to read the language of that, so council's aware of it.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So the amendment would include that council reconsider directing staff to prepare a report on the potential implementation of a municipal accommodation fee and funding for an impact study to be conducted.
I would just note for council's information that this amendment allows the resolution to align with proper process in that the council has made a decision on this in 2023. And so in order for it to consider it again, a motion to reconsider is necessary. So, so it's just a procedural change that makes it possible for us to consider this. So I appreciate that. That item is before us for notice and will be discussed at our next regular meeting. So we're on then to our close to public, item 12, and it's recommended the council move into a close to public session to discuss confidential matters about identifiable individuals and labor relations or employee negotiations on two matters, the 2025 CAO performance review and organizational considerations. The resolution is the council move into a closed public session in accordance with the Municipal Act 2001, section 2392, B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and D, labor relations or employee negotiations. Is there a mover and seconder? Stack and Mayette, all in favor? Carried. Council will now move into a closed public session. We will convene at 9:45. Okay, I have a resolution then that council rise from the closed public session and resume the regular council meeting as a mover and seconder. Moved by Duhane, seconded by Stack. All in favor? That's carried. So I will report that during the closed to public session, council approved closed to public minutes. Council discussed confidential matters about identifiable individuals and labor relations or employee negotiations on 2 matters, the CAO performance review and the organizational considerations. There was also a recommendation coming out of the closed to public session relative to organizational considerations. And the resolution is that council rise and report and approve the following recommendations. 1, pre-budget approval of $50,000 funded from the tax stabilization reserve for purchasing software and the incorporation of $11,000 of associated annual licensing costs. 2, direct staff to incorporate into the 2026 business plan finance automations of $30,000 annually from 2026 to 2029 for council consideration. 3, pre-budget approval of $142,000 in annual wages and benefits for a senior financial process analyst 2-year contract to be partially offset by $100,000 by the delay in the implementation of the financial platform. 4, pre-budget approval of $95,000 in annual wages and benefits for the 2026 AP/AR coordinator. And 5, direct staff to incorporate into the 2026 business plan a financial analyst position at $127,000, including benefits for council consideration. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by moved by Mayette, seconded by Stack. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And opposed? That's carried. All right, and now we're on to bylaws. And I have a resolution that, well, first, does anybody wish to have any of the bylaws considered independently? Seeing no request for that. Resolution is that bylaws 75, 2025, 76, 2025, and 77, 2025 are hereby read, passed, and sealed this 11th day of August, 2025. Is there mover and seconder? Mayette and the deputy mayor. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. On the confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw 78-2025, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the town of Saugeen Shores, is hereby passed, read, passed, and sealed this 11th day of August, 2025. Is there mover and seconder? Halpin and Davinsky, all in favor? Carried. And finally, that this regular council meeting of August 11, 2025 hereby adjourns at 10:35 p.m. Mover and seconder, Grace and Halpin, all in favor. Council stands adjourned. Have a good evening, everybody.